underway for night number 2 of Thunder on the Grand, brought to you by NITRO 54 Variety and Sit and Bull Tires. My name's Greg Kellman. Joining me in a little while will be Adam Ross and Clinton Jeffrey as we get ready for hot laps here on a beautiful Friday summer night. Night number 2, the Thunder on the Grand Crate Sprint Cars out on the track for their first hot lap session of the night. Tonight's race card, 360 sprint cars, $10,000 to win, 37 cars signed in here this evening. The crate sprint cars, which we see on the track right now, they are racing with 39 competitors in total here tonight. The dirt late models, the Northeast Late Model Alliance, 24 cars, so it's an action-packed night, 3 divisions for night number 2 of Thunder on the Grand. Great night of racing last night as we saw Marc-Antoine Cameron pick up the win with the NASCAR Canada Series. And in the 360s, it was Dylan Westbrook getting the win over Nick Sheridan. And Brett Stratford with a dominating and a quick win in the crate sprints. The record-setting crate sprint car feature last night took 5 minutes, 15 seconds for Brett Stratford to capture the win last night with these very same crate sprint cars. And a great race that we got to see in all 3 divisions last night, and we expect the same here this evening as well. So again, these are the crate sprints taking to the track with their first hot lap session of the evening. 39 cars in total, as I mentioned earlier on. And out in this group, Matt Hill, Cameron Thompson, Sheldon Bender, last night's winner, Brett Stratford, Darryl Peltier, Devin Bacher, Jamie Kay, Brian Anacoke, Tyler Ward, and Nico Hansen were all out in that first group that we just saw take some laps around. It was Brett Stratford, no surprise, quickest, and he was the only one down to the 14-second bracket in that first hot lap session. Second group out onto the speedway. We have a red Ford Ranger, license plate AW81677. Your lights are on. Red Ford Ranger, AW81677. Your lights are on. Second hot lap session. Travis Hofstetter out of Baden, Ontario. Melissa Miller in the 38. Kiana Teal in the 24K. She's out of Hagersville. Cam McKinnon in the 85Cs from Wayne Fleet. Larry Gledhill from Thamesford in the 14. Bruno Richard back with us tonight. He's from Gatineau, Quebec in the 72R. Caden Lapsevich in the 20L. Trevor Young from Ancaster in the 51. Adrian Staley in the 50LS. And Broden Weiler from Simcoe in the 14B. Those are the cars making up this second group. They'll be the cars competing in heat race number 2 tonight for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. So far, no one able to top the time set down by Brett Stratford. In this group, it's been Travis Hofstetter quickest. And he's been finding a lot of speed lately in that too, has Travis Hofstetter. 15.290 for the driver to Baden, Ontario. So Hofstetter and Staley, along with Kiana Teal, drop into the 4th, 5th, and 6th fastest so far. But again, Brett Stratford, quickest overall here in this hot lap session for the crate sprints. Big money on the line for them tonight. Big money for the 360s. Kind of a preview of what we'll see coming up in September with the Northern Sprint Car Nationals, the Crate Nationals, and of course we'll also see this year during Nationals weekend on the Thursday night, the Thunderstock Nationals, which will be a good addition to that weekend, making it 3 nights of excitement. Make sure you go to OshweekanSpeedway.com, get your tickets booked, your camping spots reserved for Nationals weekend. 3 nights of action-packed racing, practice on the Thursday night for the sprint car divisions. Welcome to the tower, Adam Ross.
Thanks, Greg. I'm going to sit right here for the Sprint Car Nationals.
I was having a milk carton printed up with your face on it. I hadn't seen you yet.
Well, you know what I did tonight? I socialized.
Wow. What's that like? I'm not very good.
I walked around the pits and I said hello to some people. I sat and chatted for a long time with Travis Hofstetter. I might have to do that every week now because he was fastest in his group.
There you go. At least you were getting kicked out.
It's a hefty price to pay. Nope. Didn't get kicked out any of the pit stalls.
This third hot lap session, Logan Schwedick out of Jerseyville in the 53. Jonah Mutton, a regular here each week with us, comes all the way from Brighton. Jesse Costa, the point leader. Pardon me, I don't believe he's the point leader anymore, actually, with Brett Stratford having such success. But Jesse's right up there amongst the challengers for the championship. Steve Murdoch has had an up and down year. He's out of Georgetown in the 2M. Al Slate in the 2S from St. Catharines. Tanner Podwinski at a Wayne Fleet in the 72. Rob Neely, hot off a runner-up finish last night. He's from Rockwood in the 74. Brent Bigelow got a couple of wins this year in the 71. He's from Thorold. Keegan Baker from Ancaster in the 16X. And Jeremy Hughes back in the 11W tonight. He's from Burlington. There we see Jesse Costa. There's Brent Bigelow in the Dynablast 71. Has just been a natural sliding over into these crate sprints. So smooth, and getting into really good equipment helps as well, but Brent has just always been good. As soon as he slides into a division, he's a natural talent.
When you combine natural talent with a good car and confidence, and Brent Bigelow exudes confidence, you get the kind of results he's been having this year.
And Rob Neely, how about that? Runner-up last night. He's quickest in this group, fourth fastest overall with a 15.253. Brent Bigelow, second quick in this group, slots him in sixth fastest overall. Good to see for Rob Neely. Even on social media, he's saying, I still got some racing in me, and he definitely showed that last night. Something about the earlier start to the feature and the midsummer specials that Rob Neely just gets up on the wheel.
I could be totally off the mark, but NASCAR Canada was here last night. For many years, Rob Neely was the Iron Man of the CASCAR Super Series. So a lot of those are his peers, or used to be people that he raced around. You can't tell me that it doesn't make a difference when all your old buddies, that'd be like your high school football team coming out to watch you.
Yeah.
He rises to that occasion.
I think that's a good point. And you don't make very many.
No, I understand.
I had to start early, sorry.
No,
you need
the practice.
Did you make it? Did you make it to the barbecue?
No, did you?
No, I did not. I was a late arrival today. I see raising the bar, though.
Raising the bar?
Sitting there ready for you, Danielle.
Did Hunsinger get off his wallet and pay?
I believe he paid.
Wow. Hey, Dave, did you pay for all of us? See, he's pretending to race direct. We've had one driver from every group jump up into a prominent spot. Andrew Hennessy, driver of that 87, was the driver from this group.
Also out here, Ashton Van Every in the 77E, A.J. Lewis in the 24A, Joshua Hill in the 99. Adam Turner back tonight. He'll be doing double duties in the late models as well. He's from Cherry Valley. Mark Sapernit in the M52 from Ottawa. Johnny Miller in the 20, had a good, solid run last night. Lance Erskine, third last night in the 88. He's in this group. And Cameron Olm in the 777 from Port Colborne also out there. And from this group, Andrew Hennessy, second quick overall, fastest of this group. Just narrowly missed getting into that 14-second bracket, as Brett Stratford was the only one that did. But a fast lap late in hot laps, a good one for Andrew Hennessy, as now the Northeast Late Model Alliance takes to the racetrack. 24 cars in total here this evening. First group of cars are the cars that will make up qualifying heat number 1 later on tonight, I do believe. Although I'm not seeing a car or two, so maybe that is premature on my part to assume that. Tyler French out there in the 0 machine. Nathan Rinaldi's had a fantastic year in the 3. Brent Graham in the 14 tonight. Austin King in the 89. Rich Sanders in the 21. Mike Gowdy in the 38D. Craig Graham in the 98, father of Brent Graham. And Chris Fiddler in the 33. Those are the 9 cars that make up this first hot lap session. See Brant Graham, the youngster, in the 14. He and Dad Craig like to travel a lot. They don't make a track their home track. They travel with the Rush late models in the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Have a lot of experience, especially at Peterborough on the asphalt, running late models there as well. Very successful racing family. And there you see Brant headed to the pit area. Brandon Mowat lays down the quickest lap, 16.465 over Austin King and Nathan Rinaldi. Brant Graham slots in fourth quickest. I'll spit it out here. And Craig Graham, his dad, right behind him, 5th quick. Second group of late models onto the racetrack. 24 in attendance, so everyone will qualify for the show.
You're on autopilot. I'm just going to sit back.
I was given the option. Start without you and talk about some of these drivers during hot laps, or wait till you got here.
Lock the door.
I jumped on the chance. Quicker than I jump on ice cream. Thanks, Darren. Tim Gillespie out there in the 15 machine. Steve Baldwin, regular runner at Brighton, in car number 5. Slim Brian McDonald joining us tonight in the 151. Regular down in the East in the modifieds and the late model division. Kyle Sopaz in the 11. Mike Gowdy. We have him in 2 cars now, the 38 and the 38D. That's talent. Ryan Lambert in the 41. And who we got in the 03 tonight?
The 03 is TJ Downs from Albion, New York.
Ah, there you go.
See, now I've done my part. I feel like I've contributed. You know, it's so much fun to talk to people who enjoy watching what we do. It's even a little bit of fun talking to people who don't enjoy what we do. But the funny thing is, more often, so people will talk to Clint about how much I get on their nerves. Sometimes people will talk to me about how much Clint gets on there. Rarely will they come and say, you really get on my nerves. But once in a while, you get that.
What I get, I think this is the only thing I get. I got it again tonight. Give it to Adam. That's what I got.
It's just like a bonus, right? It's the gravy on top. I'm going to eat the French fries anyhow. That just makes it better.
Makes it better. Ryan Gowdy out of Gravenhurst in the 00 tonight. Rob Lettingham in the 19, the J19. Stan Zankin back with us in the 94. 31 tonight. John McIntyre out of Port Colborne. There's the 136. David Pangrazio out of Elba, New York. Charlie Sandercock, a winner last month here with the Open late model show. Had the Open motor in there. Back to the crate here tonight. There's Adam Turner out of Cherry Valley in car number 9.
Talking to Charlie Sandercock in the pits, said he's had some really good runs this year, but he's also had some really bad runs on the tour, so they're having to climb out of a bit of a hole.
So far, Brandon Mowat is still quickest. Now, Ryan Lambert in that previous hot lap session was quickest in that number 41 machine.
Now, all these cars are sideways in the turns, but watch Charlie Sandercock. It all seems intentional for the driver of the 57.
That's what I've noticed over the years. The way he works the corners is almost to perfection. He's straight while turning, if that makes any sort of sense.
100%. And he has the fastest lap.
16.366 for Charlie Sandercock. Caution flag comes out. And that will bring to a conclusion hot laps for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. And out of this hot lap session, the two quick times, Charlie Sandercock, quickest overall, 16.366, and a 16.428 for David Pangrazio in the 136.
Who did you call on the 38D?
Scoring has it as Mike Gowdy, but I believe that's Doris Lajeunesse.
That is Doris Lajeunesse.
Yeah. And now I don't even see that car listed on Race Monitor. Now Race Monitor's clear, so they're all gone. We'll get that straightened out by race time, as now it's time for the 360 sprint cars co-sanctioned tonight. The Great Lakes Super Sprints, Southern Ontario Sprints, they'll all pack up and head west tomorrow down to Buxton Speedway. Should be a great show down there. And it was great to see some drivers back last night that we hadn't seen since before the pandemic. And
yes,
a few that had never been here before decided to come and make the trip. There's one of the returning invaders, Dustin Daggett. Now, we have seen him at least once since we've returned to action in 2022. But this time he's back in the familiar colors. That blue with the yellow 85 Double D is back at it here in this first time hot lap session. Dustin Daggett. There was Sean Evans in the 87X.
I've got some inside scoop on Sean Evans and Dylan Westbrook, Greg.
So this is Flight 1, Group A. Dustin Daggett from Portland, Michigan. Sean Evans out of Scotland, Ontario, the 87X. Greg Dahlman out of Bellevue, Michigan in the 49T. And Aaron Turkey from right here in Oshwegan in the 68.
Sean Evans has a brand new engine in that car since last night. The engine came back from the builder in Columbus. They didn't want to do it yesterday for the race, but they swapped it out. The engine that came out of Sean Evans' car is going to be going into Dylan Westbrook's car after tonight. The rumor is the power plant in the 47X of Dylan Westbrook is on borrowed time.
That's what I heard. I heard that early on in the year. And boy, you wouldn't know, would you?
You sure wouldn't.
Man, Sean Evans lays down the quickest, lap 13.671 over Aaron Turkey, Dustin Daggett, and then Greg Dahlman. So that's Group A out of Flight 1. 37 cars tonight, up 2 from last night. Joe Trenk out of Clay, New York joins us. And Polly Colagiovanni out of Brewerton, New York is the other two make the way here.
Colagiovanni is driving Cole McDonald's Zero car, which Cole purchased from Colagiovanni. Cole is not happy the way that car's been running. He doesn't know if he's adjusted himself out to the ballpark or what it is. So he wants Colagiovanni to drive it, give him some feedback, and maybe get him back on track. But what a good idea.
Yeah, absolutely. Because you can overthink yourself into a box and get somebody back in that car that's driven it, knows how to be successful. And Paulie's been very successful here over the years. So a good opportunity there as this Group B takes the green flag. Scott Kruder out of Kalispell, New York in the 52. Joe Trenka in the 98 out of Clay, New York. The Fenwick Flyer, Tom Hupinen back again tonight. He's from Welland in the 21 and racing Jason Barney from Brewerton, New York in the 87.
There's not many weak links in this field. I mean, when Corey Turner doesn't qualify for a 30-car A main, you know you've got some talent in the field.
White flag out. Carter Long. Scott Kruder quickest so far in this group. He's second overall. Tenth off of the speed laid down by Sean Evans. Kruder doesn't pick up any time there. Best lap was his first one. So to Group B, it's going to be Scott Kruder quickest, second fastest overall.
2 flights of cars. The fastest car in Flight 1 will start 4th in the first heat. The second fastest car will start 4th in the second heat. Third fastest car will start 3rd in the first heat, on back till we fill out the top 8, and then it'll be heads up behind them in heats 1 and 2.
One of the most impressive things last night with all these invaders, it was really, I think, the first true measuring stick to see how the regulars shape up against some of these invaders, and boy, they swept the podium.
And to me, you couldn't tell.
Yeah.
It used to be you could tell the Empire Super Sprint racers or the sprints on dirt racers, you could tell them from the SOS or the Ashwaubenon Speedway regulars. Last night it was just a bunch of good drivers and good cars out on the racetrack, and I couldn't tell the difference.
No, exactly, and that's exciting to see, that's for sure. And here comes Group C out of Flight 1. Jack Nichols from Harrod, Ohio in the 31. Dale Goslin from St. Pete, Quebec, the St. of Pies in the 3G. Jared Horseman out of Cloverdale, Ohio in the 17. And Darren Dryden in the 12DD from Freelton, Ontario. Darren Dryden had a good solid run last night as well. Didn't make the podium, but he was stout.
The night didn't start that good. He wasn't that good in his heat. Where did he start? 27th, I think?
Yeah.
Finished 10th?
A big night there, and a drive from the back for Darren Dryden.
So the goal in this first flight is to make it into the top 8. 7th and 8th quickest time will be on the pole of their respective heats.
And we've lost scoring.
Why? No, mine's still going.
Oh, yours is still going. Okay. Refresh. There we go.
It's a miracle.
My browser quit browsing.
That happens.
Jared Horseman from this group, Group C. Quickest, 13.911, 3/10 off. The fastest overall is Sean Evans, but Jared Horseman slots in third quick. Dale Goslin slots in 7th quick, second in this group. Darren Dryden third quick in this group, 8th overall. Jack Nichols right behind him, 9th overall and 4th in this group. I've not yet called him Jack Nicholson, but it's almost slid out.
Your figure? You can't handle the truth.
Group D out of Flight 1 coming out onto the racetrack. Matt Farnham out of Tonawanda, New York in the 7NY. Eli Lakin from Buchanan, Michigan in the 70. Alan Downey out of Hamilton, the 19D. And Tyler Powlis from right here in Ohsweken in the 77T. I know it's simple, but there's something about that number 70 I like. It's just that vintage look, right?
Have you watched much dirt modified racing this year?
I haven't had a chance, no.
So there's a driver on the tour. I think he's from Pennsylvania, maybe. It's a 14 car. It's yellow. I'm going to find it. It's so. I love it so much.
Yep. They usually hand paint theirs. I think I know who you're talking about. Here they come to complete their first lap here in this hot lap session. If anyone can knock Sean Evans off the top. So far, nada. Matt Farnham is the quickest of this group, and he's 10th fast overall. Well, Matt Farnham jumps up to 4th quick now with a 13.950. So only Matt Farnham out of this group, Group D, cracks into the top 10. He's 4th quickest, 13.950. That's 0.3 off of Sean Evans' lap time. So one more group of 3 drivers, and then we'll go to Flight 2. And this is to be expected. Lap times will peter off a little bit here, so that's why they break them into flights so that things are a little more fair. Out on the track, there's Paulie Colagiovanni out of Brewerton, New York in the 0C. Kevin Pauls is also in this group from Dunnville in the 46. And Keith Granholm from Syracuse, New York in the 13. Kevin Pauls making the show last night. Had a good fast ride. Did end up with some problems in the feature, but let's see what Paulie Colagiovanni can do here in the 0C. If I'm not mistaken, midsummer in our August specials, when we ran the 3 nationals in 1 year, Paulie Colagiovanni won one of the August ones, I believe.
He won a lot at one point.
None of these drivers within the top 10 right now. We'll see if Colagiovanni finds anything in the final lap. No, he won't. In fact, it's Keith Granholm. He is the quickest of this group at 16th overall. Paulie Colagiovanni and Kevin Pauls, the 2 slowest from Flight 1. So, Sean Evans quickest in Flight 1 over Scott Kruder, Jared Horseman, Matt Farnham, and Aaron Turkey. Yeah, that's the car. And who drives that?
Peyton Talbot.
Okay.
You know what? I'm even going to send this to Spencer.
It's a fantastic looking car.
It's just yellow. Like
it's got that old school feel.
Yep. Like it's got a tiny bit of design to it, but it's just
the white roll bars as well, kind of. That's a throwback. A lot of drivers don't go with the white anymore, which was big back in the mud bus time.
I think AJ Lewis's car looks really cool here with white wheels.
All right, Flight 2, Group A, onto the racetrack. DJ Christie out of Beachville in car 5. Ryan Turner from Dunnville in the 15. He was 3rd last night. Corey Turner failed to make the A main last night, the 17X. He's from Tillsonburg. And Nick Sheridan, runner-up last night from Mount Bridges in the 45. Corey Turner comes out of the box, 14.067.
He's got something to prove tonight for sure.
Ryan Turner will better him, 13.798. DJ Christie bumps ahead of Corey Turner as well in the second quick. Checkers out on this Group A of Flight 2. And it's going to be Ryan Turner quickest in Group A. And just at the last lap, Nick Sheridan jumps into second quick, 1/10 off the time run by Ryan Turner. DJ Christie third quick, and Corey Turner fourth.
So Spencer, I just sent you a picture. We'll talk about it later on. Nothing for now, but when we've got some downtime.
Group B in Flight 2 onto the racetrack. Eric Gledhill from Thamesford in the 7. Todd Hoddick out of Cheektowaga, New York in the 94. Last night's winner from Scotland, Ontario, the 47X. Dylan Westbrook and Dale Kern aboard the 70mm from Bowmanville. Under the green here for Group B. 13.798 the time to beat to best Ryan Turner. Dylan Westbrook goes up third quick. 13.881.
Eric Gledhill's usually good for a pretty fast lap. He's a little bit off the pace compared to the other cars on the track right now. Dylan Westbrook to P2 with a 13.850. He leapfrogged Nick Sheridan.
So Dylan Westbrook will end with a 13.836. Second quick overall, fastest of Group B. Nick Sheridan right there behind him, just like he was last night. And that was a difference of, 3 100ths. Man, we get looking at these and we see the difference in time and like we're not even talking seconds here. And look how fast a second goes. You know, you get down to tenths and hundredths. It's one little minor thing on the track that can throw you off a tenth of a second or a hundredth. That's how close and good these drivers are.
There's a reason why we measure to the thousandth of a second, because you have to.
Yep. Group C. Onto the racetrack, Phil Gressman out of Fremont, Ohio in the 7C. Mike Lichty from Interkip in the 84L. Kelsey Ivey back with us tonight from Fremont, Ohio in the 20I. And Josh Hansen, the birthday boy from Beansville in the 88H. Had a rough go last night. Car broke in the qualifying heats. Had to do a lot of work to get back out here and ready for the A-main. Phil Gressman lays down the fifth quick.
Josh Hansen up to P4 in that 88H, 13.886. So wow, Phil Gressman just screaming that in.
Josh Hansen is going to be the quickest of Group C here in Flight 2. The 13.886. 1/100th behind Nick Sheridan in third. 1/10 off of Ryan Turner.
And we've still got a handful of good, fast race cars coming out.
Yeah, Group D out onto the racetrack. Glenn Stiers, the Oshwegan Flyer in car number 0. Mike Bowman out of Stevensville, defending champ here at Oshwegan in the 71. And Davey Franek out of Wattage, New Jersey in the 28F. And then 3 more cars in the final group. And that will complete time trials for the 360 sprint cars. Following that, we will go to qualifying heats for the crate sprints, then the 360 sprint heats and late model heats. Thunder stocks, mini stocks off tonight. And for a few of those drivers, probably some much needed time to recoup. You think especially of Nick Erskine. Get a chance as he's been rebuilding his car. Ashton Dickey rebuilding his machine, although I think it's running in Delaware tonight. Well, is it in one of Chris Lawrence's cars?
That's possible. It's possible. I think some of them just needed a timeout.
I see the group chat was
busy. Good for them. They were trying to be productive. It didn't stay productive all the time, but open dialogue is a good thing. Mike Bowman and Glenn Steyer's failing to make that top 8. Corey Turner hanging on to that 8th quick time. We've got one more group of 3 cars set to come out.
Max Stambaugh, he's the point leader for the Great Lakes Super Sprints. He's from Lima, Ohio in the 71H. The live wire, Liam Martin from Binbrook, car number 9, and Ryan Conium from Burlington in the 46C. Final 3 cars to take time.
Do we have lineups yet for the crates?
I do. Guess you don't.
No. Let me just have a look at yours. Come on, share. Don't be like that.
Sharing's caring. All right, let's see what Max Stambaugh, Liam Martin, and Ryan Conium have. If anyone can top Ryan Turner's 13.798. It was a 13.6 for Sean Evans overall. No one's been able to touch that so far. Liam Martin up to 6th quick, so he'll break into that top 8.
Bumps Corey Turner out of the invert.
I'm surprised Max Stambaugh hasn't been up there. He was quick last night. Final time for these drivers.
So Liam Martin will start outside pole for his qualifying heat.
And that concludes time trials for the 360s here tonight, which will get us ready for our qualifying heats, 4 in total for the crate sprints. The Strickland Brantford Chevrolet crate sprints. Did I see they're racing for, is it 4,000 tonight?
The crates?
Yes.
Are they really?
I believe it is. 2,000 for the late models, 10,000 for the 360s. And I'll have to double check on that, but I'm pretty sure it was.
Are we working for more money tonight?
I don't believe so.
Or are we working for free because they're paying that kind of money to the winners?
Do we deserve more?
Wait, do you get paid in ice cream?
Never mind. Qualifying heats onto the racetrack. Strickland Brantford Chevrolet crate sprints. How about you do the starting lineups for this? You never did find yours?
Sheet of paper. No, I don't know who I made angry. On the pole from Oswego, the MK8 is Matt Hill. On the outside of row number 1 from Oswego, the 28T is Cam Thompson. Starting 3rd from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. 4th from Waynefleet, the BS39 is Brett Stratford. Starting 5th, it's 4-barrel Daryl Peltier in the 4B from Port Perry. 6th from Hagersville, the 3 is Devin Bacher. 7th out of Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. Starting 8th from Oswego, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. On the inside of the final row from Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. And rounding out the field from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen.
Yeah, $4,000 to win tonight.
Man, that's all right.
Good payday. Don't forget 50-50 ticket sellers going through the stands. You can also go to the concession buildings on both pit side and spectator side, and they have booths set up there to get in on the 50-50 draw. We did have a winner last night. I'll get her name here momentarily, but
$3,000.
Yeah, over $3,000. Great job by the staff and getting that done. First green flag of the night. Great sprints underway, and Matt Hill is overtaken by Brett Stratford and Cam Thompson.
Hill didn't get a very good launch. Sheldon Bender struggles through turns 1 and 2. They're side by side for the lead. Brett Stratford down low. Cam Thompson up high.
Last night it was all Brett Stratford walked away with a feature win, and here he does the same in this qualifying heat. Pulls away from Cam Thompson, who tonight I think would just like to make it in through these qualifying heats, not have all that extra work. He did it again last night, though, drove through the B.
Well, it can be done. You just don't want to have to do it. Thompson pitched that car sideways down into turn number 1, scrubbed off some speed, but he's got a big advantage over Hill and Bender, who race side by side into turn 3.
Bender to the outside of Matt Hill. Behind that, they're 3 wide. Nico Hansen, Brian Nanico, and Devin Bacher. And how did Nico not make contact there?
I didn't even see him turn the steering wheel.
Halfway home here in this first qualifying heat of the night. 4 in, 4 to go. Brett Stratford, giddy up, gone in the BS 39. Oh, Hansen gets sideways in front of Ward.
Excuse me, pardon me. Excuse me.
Who gets the mighty wipe there, Nico Hansen or Tyler Ward?
And Tyler Ward did the smart thing. Back out, let it develop, then make your move.
Brett Stratford, meanwhile, 2 laps left to go for him over Cam Thompson, Sheldon Bender, Brian Nanicoke, and Matt Hill.
Sheldon Bender closing that gap a little bit on Cam Thompson. Don't think he's going to have enough time to get there unless Thompson makes some sort of mistake. But boy, oh boy, Brett Stratford is just lightning fast in that BS 39.
He's going to be tough to beat tonight in the feature event. Brett Stratford picks up the heat race win. Cam Thompson made his night a little bit easier. He'll go to the A main as well in second. Third is Sheldon Bender. Fourth will be Brian Nanicoke. Fifth is Matt Hill. Sixth, Daryl Pelche. And that will conclude the cars going to the A main. Devin Bacher, Tyler Ward, Nico Hansen, and Jamie Kay will go to tonight's last chance qualifier.
We'll have a look at this replay. I believe we're going to see Nico Hansen really struggling with the set here, and Tyler Ward dropped the anchor there to avoid contact. I'm sure we don't have to remind you on the front straightaway, but we've got that beautiful TV screen down. And I call it a TV screen, Greg, because that looks better than the TV I've got in my living room. I cannot believe. Like, you look at the sky and then look at the TV. Well, the TV looks better than the sky does. And
I wonder if it would make us look better. I don't.
No. Well, they say TV adds 10 pounds, but I found my 30s added about 40 pounds.
How many TVs do you have on you?
Wow.
You haven't eaten your Raising the Bar yet.
No, not yet.
That's what you get for socializing. You didn't have time to eat.
I did not have. You know what? Truth be told, I wasn't feeling very good when I came up here.
And you saw me, and all was better.
Yeah, that did not fix my problem. Heat race number 2 is going to line up like this. On the pole from Baden, the 2 is Travis Hofstetter. Starting second from Oshwegan, the 38 is Melissa Miller. Third from Hagersville, the 24K is Kiana Teal. Fourth from Waynefleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. Starting fifth from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Sixth in the 72R from Gatineau, Quebec, it's Bruno Richard. Seventh from Grimsby, the 20L is Caden Lapsevich. Eighth from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. Fifth row on the inside from Kitchener, the 50LS is Adrian Staley, and alongside him, shotgun on the field from Simcoe, the 14B is Broden Weiler.
Mobile 1 white flag on the field. Second qualifying heat ready to roll. Congratulations to Paulette Foreman. She was last night's winner in the 50-50.
That was Dorian's grandmother. That's pretty cool. Thanks for supporting the cause.
A slow pace. This might be topping the one we saw last night coming to the green.
Last night was epic. Someone just asked me, how long have you and Greg been working together? That was too long is what Darren says. That's exactly the answer that popped into mind.
Green flag is out. Hofstetter jumps out to the early lead. Troubles for Caden Lapsevich. He'll go up the hill over the banking and rejoins the racing surface. And it got a little sketchy there mid-pack as I was watching that.
You know, I'm tempted to not share this, but I think Caden would be all right with it because he's a phenomenal race car driver. His Kiana Teal gets squirrely out there. I said, what was going on the starts tonight in the crate sprint? And he said, that's the scariest thing I've ever done in a race car. You know, having the faith, you've got to put your foot to the floor or these cars will not turn. You have to undo everything that your brain has taught you about racing.
And now tonight he's got to totally learn on what I think is a different racetrack. There isn't as much bite as we saw last night, which can help a more inexperienced driver. Tonight it's a little more dry slick, a little more throttle control.
No, I think you're absolutely right. As Travis Hofstetter leads the way as they reach the halfway point, he's got nearly half a straightaway. I got to stop joking, Greg.
It was a magical moment. Travis Hofstetter, Larry Gledhill, and 72. Bruno Richard from Quebec having a good run here up in the third spot.
Have you got a voodoo doll over there and you're like squeezing its throat?
Your back is about to hurt, buddy.
Thanks for the warning. Adrian Staley holding down the final transfer spot in the 50. He wants a little bit more. He's going to work to the inside of Cam McKinnon.
White flag out for Hofstetter over Gledhill. Bruno Richard, Miller, McKinnon, and Staley right now holding down that final transfer position. Broden Weiler trying to catch that 50 LS.
Hofstetter going to take the win over Larry Gledhill. Bruno Richard fourth. Good job, Melissa Miller. Cam McKinnon fifth. Adrian Staley locks into the feature event. Headed to the B main will be Broden Weiler, Trevor Young, Caden Lapsevich, and Kiana Teal.
Whoa.
Okay.
That's why he was up there.
Good job settling that car down.
Yeah. I mean, Caden is pure talent. He really is, and that's no easy feat jumping into a great sprint.
When he was a young man, he had a lot of attitude. And I don't say that as a bad thing, because he was very, very good. He had the confidence to back it up. He had a bit of a chip on his shoulder, and it served him very well with the racing he's done. He's a different animal now. Now that he's well into his 20s, he's got a business on the go down south. He's working for Venturini Motorsports, and he just seems very well adjusted to the work that he's doing, the life that he's living. I'm really happy for him.
It's been great. We've been able to have him the last two nights as well. Lapsevich, family, great family. We talked about that last night. Had a pretty good run last night also with the NASCAR Canada Series.
I thought he did. Where'd he wind up? Sixth?
He was up there high in the top 10.
Just outside of the top 5, I believe. Heat race number 3 is going to line up like this. On the pole from Jerseyville, the 53 is Logan Schwedick. To his outside from Brighton, the 98 is Jonah Mutton. Starting third from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. Outside of row number 2 in the 2M from Georgetown, it's Steve Murdoch. Fifth from St. Catharines, the 2S is Al Slate. Sixth from Waynefleet, the 72 is Tanner Podwinski. Seventh from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. Eighth from Thorold, the 71 is Brent Bigelow. Starting ninth from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. And rounding out the field from Burlington, the 11W is Jeremy Hughes. I'm still choking, Greg. You got me good.
I wish I had that type of power. Here we go. Logan Schwedek, Jonah Mutton on that front row. Brings us through the Cargo East start zone. And they'll all fan out their three. Yeah, let's make it 4 wide and 1. Oh, that ain't going to work. Red flag out as Al Slate goes up and over. Got right into Tanner Podwinski. And Rob Neely gets stopped just in time.
We haven't seen a tumble like that this week, thank goodness. Al Slate's steering wheel sitting beside the race car. That's a good sign, folks. When the steering wheel exits the vehicle, the driver is done. And let's have a look here going down into the corner. Just a little bit of contact between Podwinski and Slate. It looked like Slate might have developed a push going into the corner. Let's have another look at that, Greg.
That angle hard to tell. But if you watch from the front stretch camera and watching all the cars headed down into corner 1, they were fanned out basically. I don't know as though they were actually 5 wide, but it looked 5 wide going into corner number 1.
We'll have another look here as Slate climbing out of that car.
Good job by Rob Neely.
Clinton is down on the scene. We'll wait and see if the driver wants to have a chat with him. This is Slate's second big wreck of the season as he tosses that steering wheel out. Greg, it looked to me like he got into the corner. And Clint, sorry, go ahead, Clint. Al Slate walking back to the pit area. It looked to me like he developed a bit of a push going down into the corner, and Tanner Podwinski was committed, touched his left front to the right rear of Al Slate, and away they went.
Sorry, guys, I got a new mic here, and it's I'm going to have to go back to the old one. This one ain't here.
Why is it never your mic, Adam?
Why is the camera never on when that mic fails? Because it gave us nightmares.
Try it again, guys. Yeah, so the Al Slate car, obviously not much to tell. It's a wreck down here. Tough break. This is the second time this season that Al has had these problems. So tough break for him. Also, big props for the Tanner Podwinski 72. We'll try and get some images.
Great work by Clinton Jeffrey on the scene as they lift up the front of the Slate number 2 machine. They'll pull it up onto the flat deck. And
there was some contact between Keegan Baker and Rob Neely also right behind that, but I think it was pretty minor, and Rob Neely was able to get woed up just in time. Keegan Baker down to the entry of corner 3. I think that was a no harm, no foul. Good job by the other drivers to get by, but for Tanner Podwinski, really just nowhere to go once the 2 was up in front and crumpled that front wing, or the top wing rather.
Yeah, they got together, and Slate got up on top of the Podwinski 72, and they tumbled together. Clinton Jeffrey has made his way over to the 72 machine.
Another driver that's had a rough go this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. That's right around the driver's compartment, so.
You can see those down tubes. There's a lot of safety built into these sprint cars to keep things away from the driver. The top wing is one of those things that helps cushion these impacts. Jackson doing a great job getting us a look there. There is not much to salvage on that top wing. So we'll restart this qualifying heat. 2 cars short of where we started. Rob Neely, I don't think he hit anything there, just brought that car to a stop to avoid things.
So the Kenny U-Pull push trucks will get busy and get these cars fired back up here in a moment once the red flag is lifted. As they continue to get the Al Slate 2 up on the flatbed. Maybe we'll take a quick break right now while we've got a chance and be back with the continuation of qualifying for the Great Sprints.
Introducing the Fleet Lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet Lineup.
Are you looking to sell or fix your car? You can do it all with Kenny U-Pull. Whether it's running or not, we pay you top cash on the spot. We'll even tow your car off your lot. Need parts? Our yards have over 25,000 cars ready to be stripped and over 10 million car parts ready to be pulled. Find what you need at a fraction of the manufacturer's price. Fix it or sell it with Kenny. Visit KennyUpull.com today.
Welcome back to Adam Ross's Dinner Buffet here on G-Force TV. Night number 2 of the Thunder on the Grand. Qualifying heats for the crate sprints. We're going to do a restart on this after the collision between Al Slate and Tanner Podwinski.
So now there's 8 cars in this heat. 6 cars will transfer. The odds just got better. The only trouble is there is 8 good drivers out there. Jeremy Hughes behind the wheel of the 11W machine tonight. He's got lots of experience behind the wheel of a sprint car.
Probably the least experience in this heat is the pole sitter, Logan Schwedek, and he's really getting a handle on that 53 as well. So, like you say, this is going to be tough to be inside the top 6 in this group.
Look at Jonah Mutton to the outside in that 98 car. Jesse Costa down low. He'll swing to the lead. Mutton still committed to the high side as they race off of turn number 4.
Wow, close call there with Schwedek and Mutton. Mutton will gather things up in corner 1. Got a good launch through the middle of the turn. Schwedek pulls away into 3.
Steve Murdoch back there battling with Rob Neely. Jesse Costa out in front. Brent Bigelow has the final transfer spot right now, but he's not driving away from Baker or Jeremy Hughes as Steve Murdoch really has to do some fancy driving to avoid the backstretch wall.
Yeah, there was no room to the outside of Rob Neely, and that cost the 2M some real estate. Now he's back into the clutches of Jeremy Hughes and Keegan Baker. Oh, Brent Bigelow, his car gets a little bit sideways in 2. And he'll get back there where Murdoch is.
He got bottled up there behind Rob Neely and really lost momentum. This is a momentum division for sure. Some great battles going on at the back of this qualifying heat.
Jesse Costa's checked out in that D&O towing, number 52. And the battle right now is for the 2nd spot. Schwedek and Mutton continue to go at it. They've been fighting since the drop of the green flag and that close call there on the start. But Schwedek doing a really nice job, the rookie driver holding down the 2nd spot.
2 laps to go as Costa nearly a full straightaway out in front. We look back to the 6th position, Steve Murdoch in the 2M. He's got himself a comfortable cushion back to Jeremy Hughes.
White flag out for Jesse Costa in the 52. One more trip around. And it's side by side for the 2nd spot. Mutton down to the inside of Logan Schwedek. They'll go wheel to wheel through 2. And they'll continue that battle right down the backstretch.
Schwedek doing a fantastic job as Jesse Costa takes the win. Jonah Mutton going to come home 2nd. Logan Schwedek 3rd. Then it's Rob Neely, Brent Bigelow, and Steve Murdoch. And Brent Bigelow's taking a run at Rob Neely there in turn number 2. And I'll tell you what, son. You just bit off as much as you want to chew. Because Rob Neely is not going to back down.
And they continue at it. Dave Hunsinger telling them to knock it off.
And I admire the chutzpah of Brent Bigelow. But at the same time, you're in the show, take a breath, go to the pits, go have a talk with him. Hey, have we got any coverage in the pits there, Spencer? Have we got a drone in the air? If there's a conversation, I'd love to see it. Well, we got Jackson heading back there. So we have a look. There's Neely in the 74. All is quiet down there. Heat race number 4 is going to line up like this. On the pole from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy. Starting second from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. Third from Stony Creek, the 24A is A.J. Lewis. Fourth from Ohsweken, the 99 is Joshua Hill. Fifth out of Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner. Sixth from Ottawa, the M52 is Mark Supernan. Seventh from Six Nations in the 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. Starting 8th from Brantford, the 88 is Lance Erskine. Rounding out the field from Port Colborne, the 777O is Cameron Ohm.
Andrew Hennessy, regular runner down Eastern Ontario, Brockville and Can-Am, just across the border in Lafargeville, New York. Laid down some fast laps in practice and hot laps earlier on tonight. Here he is, over to the green flag of the Cargo East start zone.
Ashton Van Every tucking in line behind Hennessy. The top 5 getting a good run down the back straightaway, but there's some heavy hitters coming. Lance Erskine and Johnny Miller looking to work their way into the field.
Van Every right there in the tail tank of Hennessy, but Hennessy smooth and steady right off the bottom. He'll continue to hold the lead down over Van Every and Josh Hill. How about Lance Erskine on the outside of Mark Supernan in the 52, and he'll take that spot.
That was a bold move by Lance Erskine. A.J. Lewis with a big old push. Johnny Miller to the inside. They're sort of 3 wide on the backstretch, but not quite.
Miller will slip by A.J. Lewis. All the while, Lance Erskine running that outside line, trying to get by both of them. That young driver on the podium last night in a race that went green to checkered in 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
Unbelievable show as we're halfway through this heat. Hennessy out in front of Ashton Van Every. Solid drive for Josh Hill of the I'd Rather Be Fishing 99.
Erskine and Miller continuing to go at it. Erskine now will clear the Iceman down into corner number 3, and it right now is Adam Turner in car number 9 holding down that final transfer spot.
He's not too far ahead of A.J. Lewis in the 24A. Talking to A.J. and his dad in the pits. They are not pleased with their performance this year, looking to turn things around. That's not happening right now.
For Adam Turner, quick turnaround for him. He's in late models up next, although he is in Heat 3, so he's got a bit of a breather before he jumps in to the Northeast Late Model Alliance number 9. White flag out for Andrew Hennessy.
One more time around, the position's mostly settled as Hennessy out in front, and that 87 machine drives to the inside of turn number 3. Keeps the hammer down. He'll take the checkered flag in this heat. Coming home second, it's Ashton Van Every. Third to Hill, then Lance Erskine, Johnny Miller, and Adam Turner. Headed for the B main are A.J. Lewis, Cameron Ohm, and Mark Supernan.
So that concludes the qualifying heats for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. Up next, the 360s to the track. $10,000 on the line thanks to Nitro 54 Variety Sitting Bull Tires. Tonight's race night sponsors here on Thunder on the Grand, night number 2, a prelude to what we'll see Sprint Car Nationals weekend coming up in September. 37 cars here tonight. $10,000 on the line. Heat race number 1 rolling out onto the racetrack. They'll line up like this. On the pole from Clay, New York, In car number 98, it's Joe Trenka to his outside from Oshwegan. In the 68, Aaron Turkey. Starting in third from Cloverdale, Ohio, car number 17 is Jared Horseman. And starting in the fourth spot, he was quickest overall in the time qualifying from Scotland, Ontario, the 87X, Sean Evans. Starting in fifth from Freelton in the 12DD, it's Darren Dryden. In sixth out of Hamilton, the 19D, Alan Downey. Rolling off seventh out of Oshwegan, the 77T of Tyler Powless. Going off eighth out of Brewerton, New York. In the 87, it's racing Jason Barney. Going from the ninth position from Welland in car number 21, the Fenwick Flyer, Tom Hoopinen. And going from 10th out of Dunville, the 46 is Kevin Pauls. Top six to transfer, 8 laps the distance. 4 will go to the B main. Oval 1 white flag has been displayed.
Joe Trenka and that team rolled in late last night from what I'm told. Great to see them show up.
Aaron Turkey with a rough night last night. A couple of excursions in corner number 3, one worse than the other. He's looking for some redemption here on Monday night.
Trenka slides up the racetrack. Aaron Turkey with a good run off of turn number 2. Sean Evans slots into the third spot. Alan Downey there in fourth in the 19.
With Sean Evans quickest in the time trials earlier on. He's making a charge on Joe Trenka. Slides up in front. Trenka back to the bottom. He'll get by.
Beautiful crossover by Trenka. He had to check up for just a second, then fired into that hole to retake the lead.
Evans trying to crack him back down. He'll dive down low in corner 1. The rear end of that car gets a little sideways, and Trenka will pull away into 3.
Jared Horseman in that orange 17 with the run on Alan Downey down into the third turn. That's the other type of slide job, a long, slow slide up in front of the 19 machine. Alan Downey heads to the bottom of the racetrack, can't quite mount that challenge. He's got Darren Dryden hot on his heels in the 12 Double D.
Dryden right now, that final transfer position in the 12DD. He's trying to track down Alan Downey and Jared Horseman. Get a little bit farther up the running order. Jason Barney behind them. He's outside looking in.
Look at this battle. 3 cars duking it out for position. Downey edges out ahead of Horseman at the line. He's got him by just a hair, 7/1000ths of a second.
Time by 2 laps left to go for Joe Trenka out of Clay, New York, leading over Sean Evans. Then it's Aaron Turkey, Jared Horseman, Alan Downey, and Darren Dryden.
Bit of a gap back to Jason Barney. He would be the first car not to transfer out of this one as well. Alan Downey just about squeezed Darren Dryden up into the wall, not knowing he was there.
Dryden got a little sideways there, didn't have room as we have the red flag out, 1 over.
Turn number 4.
That's Sean Evans.
So the first thing our race med crew does, they get to the scene, they assess the driver. Once they are comfortable that the driver is alert, responsive, and has his wits about him, and they want the car back on all fours, that's what they do. Put the car back on all fours and then deal with things from there. Clinton Jeffrey, I believe, has arrived on the scene.
Thanks a lot, guys. Yeah, they're checking out Sean Evans right now. He appears to be all right, just checking on his helmet and making sure he's all right. They're looking at the top wing here. That appears to be the biggest point of the damage. And, guys, I think with the soft aprons and stuff we've had with the weather, we saw it with Glenn Steyer's car last night, don't see any major problems. But, even little things like this, if you see all the muck stuck here in this rim, they're going to have to pull this tire off, fix up that rim, all the muck jammed in there, they're going to have to get that one fixed. But the big concern is all the fluid leaking out of it. So what's up?
And that's a brand new engine, Clinton. Daryl Turford just brought that up from Columbus. And that's our fast qualifier tonight.
Yep, quickest earlier on this evening. Running second when this happened.
Have a look from the speed shot. He just got up over the cushion. Pretty hard impact.
Yeah, on the rear end, right rear. So that's where they'll definitely need to take a look and see if there's anything not visible currently as it sits.
And they're going to push that car, whether they push start him or just push him back to the pits, I'm not sure.
Sean said, how does it look? I said, a little bit of fluid out of it. He said, that'll happen. It's on its side. Push me off. Let's go. All of the suspension parts, everything looked pretty good. Got some wing and top wing issues, but other than that, it should be good. We'll see how it fires off.
And he'll have to do a quick assessment of things, you know, once they get rolling and once he powers up to make sure all the suspension is still right. And he'll know in a big hurry if it is. That'll be some business for Creative Edge Signs and Graphics. Steve Lyons will have to put some fresh pretty on that car.
How about a hand for Sean Evans, ladies and gentlemen? Takes a wild ride. We're going to fire him off, and we'll see how this experiment plays out.
So he'll have some work to do, as that would move Jason Barney now up into a transfer position. He was trailing Darren Dryden in that battle with Alan Downey. Jared Horseman.
We see Sean Evans weaving that car back and forth down the front straightaway. I don't know if that mud that Clinton was pointing at was enough to throw that wheel super out of balance.
I was thinking more of the left front. There was a fairly significant clump in there. Just enough to give you that vibration, but looks like he's ready to go.
It takes a little bit of intestinal fortitude to go through something like that and then jump on the throttle when we go back to green and expect that car to do what you want it to down into turn number 1.
Believe now race monitor saying 2 to go, scoreboard saying 7 complete, which would be 1 to go.
Well, green white checker.
Oh, it's in heats as well.
I believe I overheard them talking about that while Clint was down doing his trackside report, and this will be a green white checker.
Gotcha. So the caution remains out. Finalizing that running order, and the Mobile 1 white flag will come out now. Next time by, we'll get back at it with Joe Trenka. Leader over Aaron Turkey. Jared Horseman, Darren Dryden back there in row 2.
Double file restart, a huge benefit to Sean Evans in that 87X. Gets him that much closer to the front of the field.
Good chance here right now for Tyler Powis, Kevin Pauls to work their way up into a transfer spot, as well as Tom Hupinen and Sean Evans. Those back 4 cars on the outside looking in, coming through the Cargo Ease restart zone.
All eyes on Sean Evans in that 87X. 3 cars passed so far. White flag going to come out this time. He's almost back to a transfer spot.
To the outside of Tyler Powis. Into corner 1 they go. It's all Joe Trenka out in front. Sean Evans gets by. He's in a spot.
That's where he needs to be. Checkered flag in the air. Joe Trenka to the win. Aaron Turkey second. Horseman driving. Sean Evans and Jason Barney. Ladies and gentlemen, how about Sean Evans in that 87X? From the hay bales to a transfer spot.
Yeah, you got to give it to Sean Evans. He could have easily said, no, let's take a pit side, make sure everything's okay, but he went for it, and he locks himself into tonight's A-Main. Great job of the driver, the Instapanel Sty Tree Service 87X. And that was just heat race number 1. 3 more to go.
Right? How do you follow that up?
Well, we're going to do it with qualifying heat number 2, and on the pole for this one out of St. Pete, Quebec in the 3G, it's Dale Goslin. To the outside from Portland, Michigan, the 85 Double D, Dustin Daggett. Rolling off third from Tonawanda, New York, the 7NY, it'll be Matt Farnham. And going off from the 4th spot from Callisville, New York, the 52 is the straight shooter, Scott Kruder. Rolling off 5th out of Harrod, Ohio, the 31, Jack Nichols. And his outside from Bellevue, Michigan, the 49T, Greg Dullman. Starting 7th out of Buchanan, Michigan, the 70 is Eli Lakin. And going off 8th out of Syracuse, New York, the 13 is Keith Granholm. And going from the 9th spot from Brewerton, New York, the 0C, Paulie Colagiovanni. There is not one Ontario driver in this heat. Quebec, Michigan, New York, and Ohio.
That's pretty cool. Just looking at a note, there's bad wreck with the late models at Delaware Speedway. Might have taken out the flag stand, but allegedly the flagger is okay.
Wow. That's no easy feat at Delaware.
No.
Opal 1 white flag is out on the second qualifying heat. Dale Goslin, Dustin Daggett.
Hey guys, just want to make a quick mention. Got to send a shout out to John Tiff, Peter Turford, and Barry Marlowe here from all these other groups. Empire Super Sprints, Great Lakes Super Sprints, Southern Ontario Sprints, and of course our home crew here. It's amazing to have all the best of the sprint cars in North America back here. So we appreciate all those groups coming together to make Thunder on the Grand good. And we hope to see them all back here at the Northern Sprint Car Nationals, guys.
Great showing by those international groups. And I mean, we can all think of a few drivers who didn't make it out to this show as well, so we could see even more in September, but boy, oh boy, the ones we've got, they're here to put on a show, and they are stout.
Carter Long ready to drop the green flag. He'll cut it loose, and Dustin Daggett launches at a corner 4.
Matt Farnham to the inside, Scott Kruger through the middle, and Farnham, that was bizarre. Yep.
Very often see Matt Farnham go around.
No, and that snapped around in a hurry.
Did Derek even see that happen?
That's exactly what I was looking at. Derek Smith, unaffected by the activity beside him.
Smile, he's taking your picture, Adam. Matt Farnham, let's have another look at this one. Never touched the wall. Just went around.
Yeah, if there was any contact with Kruder, it wasn't much. It's so much fun to watch photographers anymore.
Yeah, don't see any damage on the car, guys. It should be a quick push and go for the number 7NY.
Thank you, Clinton. Once upon a time, they had to get photographs developed. Now they take them and they always look at what they've just shot.
Yep.
Matt Farnham gets pushed off. He'll rejoin the tail end of this field.
So try it again with Dale Goslin, Dustin Daggett. On the front row, Daggett got a great launch at the drop of the green flag.
Got a block out here, guys. They're already adjusting it, so shouldn't be much of a delay, maybe one lap. Good to go. Good job.
We need a dental sponsor for the block walls down there. This tooth replaced by.
That's a good idea.
Get on that, Mike Morris.
Hey, while we're talking Mike Morris, what a great job he's done for us this year with the corporate partnerships. Tonight we want to welcome all of our partners here as we had our partner sponsor dinner tonight, which we welcome about 300 of our best guests here tonight. We thank you so much for your business. We thank you so much for partnering up with us here at Oshawa Speedway. And without what you do, we wouldn't be able to keep these wheels going. So if you're a sponsor here tonight, welcome. And if it's your first time, hopefully you're enjoying your first night here at the Big O, guys.
So we'll try this again through the Cargoese start and restart zone. Dale Goslin, Dustin Daggett, row number 1. Jack Nichols and Scott Kruder, row 2. As we come back to the green flag, we'll try it again.
Better start that time for Gosselin on the inside. Dustin Daggett still going to take the lead off of turn number 2. Side by side for the third spot. Nickel down low. Scott Kruder up high.
Dustin Daggett leads a lap. Good side-by-side battle for the third spot. Kruder cuts in front of Nichols and then up in front of Gosselin. Gosselin goes around him on the outside.
Kruder to the bottom. Immediately takes that spot back. Look at Matt Farnham sliding up into that transfer position.
Granholm holds on to it in 2. He got sideways in front of Farnham.
Paulie Colagiovanni just outside of a transfer in that Cole McDonald number 0. And I've got to think that'll make Cole McDonald feel pretty good. Obviously, something about that race car not quite up to snuff, because we know Colagiovanni is a hot shoe.
Halfway home in this one, it's been all Dustin Daggett, but Scott Kruder trying to close the gap. 1.227 seconds off of the leader right now. Dale Gosselin back in third.
Left clicking away for Dustin Daggett. Half a straightaway out in front. Gosselin, that's as good as I've seen Gosselin run here. Good for him as Matt Farnham trying to move into the top 5, and that's 7 and wide.
He's working on the outside of Greg Dolman in the 49T. Here comes Farnham around him. He'll take the spot.
Farnham gets up high in turn number 2, able to bring the car back down onto the racetrack as we've got one more lap to go. Dustin Daggett holding a pretty wheel in that 85 machine.
For years, he was dominant. When he came to town, he was probably going to win. He'll pick up a heat race win here tonight. Dustin Daggett, your winner over Scott Kruder. Dale Gosselin third. And it's Jack Nichols. Matt Farnham with a nice drive back up to the 5th spot. Greg Dolman in the 6th spot. So Paulie Colagiovanni, Eli Lakin, and Keith Granholm will go to the B main tonight. Two in the books.
The 50-50 draw already at $1,400 to the winner. Let's get it up higher than it was last night. We gave away $3,147.
Adam, I'm going to make a general manager decision here. We're going to guarantee $2,000 in the 50-50 tonight. We're going to throw some fun at it. So let's buy those tickets, get it up there. We'll guarantee a minimum $2,000 in the 50-50 tonight.
I love it when they do that.
I do. What? Throw some fun at us. Apple fritters. I'm trying.
See, Greg, if you want to sell 50-50, the best seller gets free apple fritters.
Oh, no thanks.
No, they don't. I'm just kidding. All the 50-50 are going to get them. They're like, where's my fritters?
I was going to ask Abby if he thinks he could carry one apple fritter on the drone from the other side to this side, but then I'd have to pay him some sort of money, and it's just, I'm not into that.
You're so cheap.
Oh, big time.
Hey, Adam Turner checked in.
Heat race 3, this is how they'll line up on the pole out of Fremont, Ohio. In the 7th seat, it's Phil Grassman at the outside from Beachville. In the 5, it's DJ Christie. Starting in 3rd from Mount Bridges in the 45, Tricky Nick Sheridan. And going off 4th from Dunville, the 15 of Ryan Turner. Starting in 5th out of Tilsonburg, the 17X, that's Corey Turner. And his outside from over there in corner number 2, the Oshwegan Flyer, Glenn Stiers in car 0. Starting 7th out of Burlington, the 46C, that's Ryan Conium. Starting in the 8th spot from Thamesford, the 7 of Eric Gledhill. And going from 9th out of Fremont, Ohio, the 20I is Kelsey Ivey.
Eric Gledhill peeled off into the pits on the pace lap, so obviously a problem there. Going green this time out of turn number 4.
Off they go into corner number 1. Gressman on the bottom. DJ Christie on the outside. They'll go wheel to wheel in 3.
Christie up high with the run of steam, but Gressman going to lead that lap in the 7C.
And here comes the Mount Bridges mustache. Nick Sheridan in that 3rd spot.
He told me the first time he ever shaved was 2 days before the banquet when he was awarded with his crate sprint championship.
He's riding in the third spot behind this close battle between Gressman and DJ Christie. An all-out fight for the top spot.
Battle for the 6th position between Corey Turner and Ryan Coniam. Coniam looking better than he did last night. He struggled. In fact, neither of those drivers qualified for the feature event last night. We got one off the track. That's Glenn Stiers.
He'll gather it back up and tuck in behind Corey Turner. And DJ Christie on the outside. Bold move there by Gressman.
Now that battle for 6th becomes the battle for 5th between Ryan Coniam and Corey Turner. Coniam squeezes up in front of Turner out of turn 4. Nick Sheridan to the outside of Gressman, battling for the 2nd spot.
Now it's Sheridan to the outside of Gressman as they come down. It'll be 2 laps left to go. And it's all DJ Christie, and a much needed good run here in this qualifying heat.
Glenn Stiers trying to fight his way back into a transfer spot. That's a 3-car battle for 2 spots in tonight's A feature at the back of that field.
White flag is out, the Mobile 1 white flag, and right now out in front, DJ Christie on cruise control through 3 and 4. He'll pick up the win. We'll keep our eyes on that final transfer spot.
Man, just like last night, Corey Turner loses the transfer spot on the final lap. Only last night it was in the B main, and it was Aaron Turkey from Glenn Stiers Racing.
So DJ Christie, Nick Sheridan, Phil Gressman, Ryan Turner, Ryan Coniam, and Glenn Stiers will transfer to the A main. Corey Turner, Kelsey Ivey, and of course Eric Gledhill, who did not start, will go to the B. Really good run there for DJ Christie, flexing some muscle there in heat race number 3. And now we get ready for our final qualifying heat of the night for the 360 sprint cars. Heat race number 4. You see them buzzing around there over on the Gales Auto Aftermarket warm-up track. And starting lineup for this heat race number 4 on the pole out of Cheektowaga, New York. The 94, that'll be Todd Hoddick going off in the 2nd spot. The live wire, Liam Martin from Bimbrook in car number 9. Rolling off 3rd from Beamsville in the 88H, it's Josh Hansen, the birthday boy. And going off 4th, last night's winner. 6 out of 7 this year when it comes to victories. He's on a hot streak. From Scotland, the 47X D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. Starting in 5th, he was the same story last year. The defending champ won all the big checks. From Stevensville, the 71 is Mike Bowman, rolling off 6th out of Bowmanville. The 70mm, Dale Curran. Lining up 7th out of Lima, Ohio. The 71H is Max Stambaugh. Going from 8th out of Wantage, New Jersey in the 28F, Davey Franick. And starting in the 9th spot from Interkip in the 84L, Mike Lichty. Nine cars, 6 to transfer.
What a difference a season makes. Mike Bowman didn't qualify for the invert, so he wasn't in the top 8 in his flight. And it doesn't mean a whole lot, Greg. He's got a good opportunity to make some passing points here in that 71.
Yeah, he can definitely do it. Had a good performance last night. He's the only driver to beat Dylan Westbrook this year.
Hoddick down low. Liam Martin up high as they work their way into the Cargo East start zone and get ready to stomp on the throttle.
Whoa.
Bit of an awkward start there.
That it was. Todd Hoddick almost got a tail tank full of Josh Hansen there in corner number 1. Davey Franick's on the move from the back.
Wow, Mike Bowman to the inside of Hoddick. Davey Franick working the high side. Hoddick sliding backwards through the field.
Franick started back in 8th. He's up to the 4th spot already right behind Mike Bowman. He'll feel some pressure though. Josh Hansen now down to the inside, the 88H.
Oh my goodness, that was close. Frantic comes across the nose of the 88 Josh Hansen down into turn number 1, narrowly avoiding contact, but up front, Liam Martin out in front, Dylan Westbrook second, Mike Bowman third.
The live wire, Liam Martin out in front right now for Dylan Westbrook. Driver to Binbrook. We'll see the cross flags from Carter Long.
Halfway through this one, much like some of these heats, the best battles going on are at the back of the field.
Liam ran out of real estate in 2.
Mike Lichty did the same thing in 3 and 4 that last time as Todd Hoddick in close quarters with Dale Curran in that 70.
Couple of bobbles there on that last lap, allowing Dylan Westbrook to close the gap on Liam Martin. This time by it'll be 2 laps left to go.
Man, oh man, Liam Martin and Dylan Westbrook both working the cushion of the racetrack. Zero margin for error up there as they dance with the top of the banking.
White flag, the Mobil 1 white flag this time by for the live wire. Out in front over Dylan Westbrook, Mike Bowman, and it's Davey Frantic, Josh Hansen, and Dale Curran, the final transfer car.
Curran and Todd Hoddick.
Caution. Lichty around in 1 and 2. Here's the Tammy 10 Media number 84, Michael Lichty. Puts us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
It's been a steep learning curve for Mike Lichty. A lot of super modified experience on asphalt, so speed is not a problem for Mr. Lichty. But driving a sprint car on dirt is an awful lot different than a super modified on pavement.
I think he's done a nice job, though.
I agree.
Some drivers get in there and you can see it's going to be a steep learning curve, but Mike's looked comfortable.
Hey guys, everything looks good up here for Mike Lichty. No issues. He'll just wave the push truck on, and this Tammy 10 Media number 84 should be able to roll right along. Also got support from Encore Transportation calling for the push. Get them locked in gear and get ready to go. Here we go.
Kenny, you pull push trucks at the ready. Look at that sunset going down. That's what we see in our eyes right now in the announce tower. On a sheet of glass, it's very radiant, we'll just say that. Is this really glass?
You're radiant, Greg Callan.
Why, thank you, Adam Ross. Liam Martin, Dylan Westbrook. We start on that front row, Mike Bowman, Davey Frantic back in row 2, Josh Hansen, Dale Curran. Those are the 6 right now in transfer spots. So Todd Hoddick, Max Stambaugh, Mike Lichty with some work to do. Max Stambaugh, the 71H point leader right now for the Great Lakes Super Sprints.
Green flies once again, 6 laps complete. Wow, Dylan Westbrook way up towards the outside wall in turn number 2. That opens the door for Mike Bowman down low.
White flag is out for Liam Martin. He's got Dylan Westbrook and Mike Bowman going at it. Side by side off of 2. Martin kisses the wall there.
3-car battle at the front of this field. Liam Martin going to take the win over Westbrook, Bowman, Frantic, Hansen, Stambaugh, Curran, Hoddick, and Mike Lichty.
One more lap was shaping up to be even more entertaining. What a finish there amongst the top 3. Dale Curran, Todd Hoddick, Mike Lichty will go to the B main. Let's watch that final lap again. Martin right out to the wall in corner 2. He didn't actually kiss the wall, but boy, he got out there. And Dylan Westbrook makes a charge on the high side, Bowman on the bottom, and they were all right there in a group at the checkered flag below Carter Long. Qualifying concluded for the 360 sprints. Time to do some heat race qualifying for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. 3 heats in total here tonight. Mike Gowdy lines up on the pole in heat race number 1. He's from Gravenhurst in the 38. Also from Gravenhurst, the 00, Ryan Gowdy. Starting in third from Trenton in the 5, it's Steve Baldwin. And going from fourth out of Fort Erie, the 94Z, that is Stan Zankin. Blank Murawski from Port Colborne, the 47P, starts in fifth. Going off sixth out of Brighton, the 46, Brandon Mowat. Starting in seventh from Trenton in the 57, it's Charlie Sandercock. And Doris Lajeunesse out of Essex in the 38D goes off eighth.
It's time for some late model racing.
Got to give a shout out to the junior crew chiefs, Luke and Noah, who couldn't come tonight for Doris Lajeunesse. So they're at home watching on GeForce TV. Sorry you couldn't be here, Luke and Noah, but hope you're enjoying from home.
Valued crew members.
The Gowdies go down into corner number one, but Steve Baldwin right to the wall on the bottom side, looks for the top spot. He's in second, brings Brandon Mowat along in the 46.
Bold move by Steve Baldwin. Brandon Mowat not going to let that opportunity pass him by. Baldwin will lead lap number one.
Mowat down to the inside of the 00. Ryan Gowdy, he'll take over that second spot. Stan Zankin working on the fourth position right now, the 94Z. And here comes Charlie Sandercock into the mix. He's in that sixth position.
Brandon Mowat always has a pretty race car. I always love the design on that car.
Always a contender as well as Brandon Mowat. He can get it done at any track. Regular runner on Saturday nights at Brighton Speedway, but he can get it done here with the Northeast Late Model Alliance as well. Out in front of her, Steve Baldwin, Stan Zankin. Side by side is Ryan Gowdy now with Charlie Sandercock. Sandercock will go around the outside of him into the fourth position.
Sandercock was the meat in a Gowdy sandwich there for a couple of laps. He gets around them. We reach the halfway point. Brandon Mowat with a 2-second advantage over Steve Baldwin, which amounts to about half a straightaway.
Slower traffic right in front of Brandon Mowat. And that's Blaine Murawski in the 47P.
Yeah, Murawski, that car does not want to turn for Murawski out there. Steve Baldwin about to close in. He's trying to fend off Stan Zankin in the 94 machine. Last time we saw Zankin here, he was parked in the front stretch wall on a vintage modified.
Yes, he was a couple of weeks ago, and having a good run here tonight in the late model. Charlie Sandercock trying to track him down right now out in front. In the Target Fabrication 46, Brandon Mowat will see the Mobile 1 white flag.
Mowat nearly a full straightaway ahead of Steve Baldwin. Baldwin doing a nice job keeping Zankin at bay. Zankin closed within a few car lengths. That's as close as he could get. But here comes Charlie Sandercock for third. The win going to go to Brandon Mowat in this heat race number one. Steve Baldwin second. Who's going to get third? They race off at turn number 4 at the line. Wow. The scoring went to Charlie Sandercock, and then it went to Stan Zankin. That was a dead heat to the 1,000th of a second for third place.
Man, how would you ever break that?
A finish line.
Clinton Jeffrey chimes in for the win.
I had to lob that up for someone.
Let's have a look at them as they cross the stripe. That's what a dead heat looks like, and I mean, they're pretty darn even there at the line.
I want to wish a happy 11th birthday to Zoe Grayson. Zoe and Dion are watching tonight from Moncton, New Brunswick. So happy birthday, Zoe. And I believe it's a happy 35th to Mikey in the 93K. Is that Mike Klazinga?
Mike Klazinga. Heat race number 2 going to line up like this from Port Colborne. On the pole, the number 31 is John McIntyre. Outside of row 1, it's Slim from Cornwall, the 151 KB of Brian McDonald. Rob Lettingham third, Kyle Sopaz fourth in the 11, Rich Sanders in the 21, Nathan Rinaldi in the 3, Austin King in the 89, David Vandertoorn in the 33. That's how they line up. I swore Carter had the white flag in his hand.
One lap on the board. John
Lettingham. A driver with more laps here than probably anybody in this late model field, a long-time campaigner in the sportsman division.
Vandertoorn, a late arrival there to the scene of that spin, so he should be all right.
Lettingham just got into the corner a little bit hot, couldn't keep the back end under him.
Stacking back up with one on the board. John McIntyre, the leader, over Slim Brian McDonald.
Lettingham looks as though he might be taking that 19 car to the pits. And I mean, everyone qualifies for this one. 24 cars in attendance, 24 cars will start the feature event.
Yeah, if you feel something's not right, no panic to make a B main. Go make sure everything is okay. Brian McDonald, long time small block modified driver to the East, still competes in the modifieds, but also the late model now. Brian's always been so good, constant winner.
Another driver always has good looking equipment.
Yeah. Back to the Cargo Ease restart zone they go. Green flag is out. McIntyre will lead them down into one with Sopaz and McDonald side by side for the second spot. Sopaz will take that away.
McIntyre out in front. He'll try to drive away and hide on the rest of the field. McDonald takes that second spot on the inside in 3 and 4. He'll close the door on Kyle Sopaz. Sopaz is going to fire back to the inside in that 11 machine.
He'll take that second spot. Here comes Austin King now looking to the low side of the 151 of McDonald. It's all McIntyre out in front. Sopaz now pulling away a little bit from McDonald and King. Nate Rinaldi right behind this battle in 3.
Brian McDonald battling a loose race car. The back end coming out from him when he gets on the throttle. That allows Austin King to the inside in that 89 machine, and Nathan Rinaldi going to do the same.
Sopaz closing the gap right now on John McIntyre, the leader. The bite-sized bandit is going to be there here in about a lap.
Sopaz about 0.3 of a second faster than our race leader, John McIntyre. Austin King closing in as well. He's a couple of tenths quicker than Kyle Sopaz. With 2 laps to go.
Troubles for the leader, John McIntyre. And that allows Sopaz to get around him in corner number 4. A little bobble down there by the 31. Brian McDonald's had all sorts of problems with that 151. He's near the back of the pack.
Almost like something's wrong with that race car for McDonald. White flag is out for Kyle Sopaz.
Sopaz, McIntyre, King now your top 3. King trying to make one more last-ditch effort on the runner-up spot. Checkers come out. The win's going to go to Kyle Sopaz over John McIntyre, Austin King. 4th goes to Nate Rinaldi. And then it's the 33 of David Vandertoorn and the 151 of Brian McDonald. And Rich Sanders will complete the running order with Rob Lettingham pit side. And that was done. Here's that pass down in 3 and 4. Oh, yeah, he just got in a little hot, locked it up. Kyle Sopaz keeps trucking on by and drove on to the win in heat race number 2. One more qualifying heat to go for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Final qualifying heat of the night for all divisions. Starting on the pole for this one out of Brighton, the 41, it's Ryan Lambert. To the outside from Cherry Valley in car number 9, it's Adam Turner. Starting from third from Elba, New York to 136, it's David Pangrazio. And going from fourth out of Belleville, car 0, Tyler French. TJ Downs starts in fifth. He's from Albion, New York in the 03. Craig Graham out of Orono in the 98 goes 6th. 7th, his son, Brant Graham from Orono as well in the 14. And Tim Gillespie from Ridgeway in the 15 goes 8th. 8 laps, all will qualify.
Carter Long displaying the green flag. He's about to wave over this field. Final heat race of the evening is underway.
Ryan Lambert in that 41 rolls out to the early lead. Down to the inside comes Pangrazio in the 136. Hot on the heels of Lambert.
Adam Turner's 9 machine looks like it's a little evil handling right now out in front. Ryan Lambert leading the way. He and Pangrazio pulling away from the field.
Nice drive by Craig Graham. Came off a corner 2, split a couple of cars there. One being Brant Graham, the other being Tyler French. And now he's working on the back end of the 9 of Adam Turner. Side by side for the lead. Pangrazio to the inside of Lambert.
Even down the back straightaway, they charge into turn number 3. Pangrazio noses out ahead. He'll lead the way off the 4th turn.
Good battle back there for the 3rd spot. Adam Turner has it. Craig and Brant Graham hot on his heels. Craig to the outside in the 98. Brant in the 14 as they work down the backstretch.
Nice pass by Craig Graham on the outside of Adam Turner. Then he'll drift up in 3 and 4. Turner going to try to get back to the inside. Not able to get the power down.
It's all Pangrazio right now. Lambert stand about 4 or 5 car lengths back from him and a good distance back to 3rd where we find Craig Graham. Son Brant back there in the 4th spot. 3 laps left to go.
Adam Turner hanging on to 5th in the 9 machine, but he's got TJ Downs and Tyler French right behind him. Tim Gillespie in the mix as well.
2 laps left to go for Pangrazio. For Ryan Lambert really loses the back end of that car in corner number 2, gathers it back up. Lots of breathing room though right now in that 2nd spot.
The risk for sure as Adam Turner gets loose in turn number 1. TJ Downs trying to lift and make the pass at the same time as we take the white flag. Pangrazio through 3 and 4 for the final time. He'll take the checkered flag and the win in our 3rd qualifying heat for the late models. Ryan Lambert comes home 2nd. 3rd to Craig Graham in the 98. 4th is Brant Graham in the 14. Then it's TJ Downs in the 03. Adam Turner in the 9. Tyler French in the 0 with Tim Gillespie rounding out the field.
That concludes qualifying heats for the night, but the B main ready over on the warm-up track for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet crate sprints with 12 laps the distance, 15 cars lined up and ready to go. We'll take a very quick break and be back with the B main.
Your mom got a new tractor? Yep. Can't she see in the dark? Can do. Hook up all the implements? Can do. Steer with ease? Can do. Bale hay all day? Can do. Shift like a race car? Can do. Keep a juice box cold? Can do. I'm out of here.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Back at Oshwegan Speedway, last chance qualifier for the Strickland Brantford Chevrolet Crate Sprint Car Division. $4,000 on the line tonight. For some of these drivers, they don't get in through this B main, they don't even have a chance at the 4,000. Adam Ross has got the starting lineup.
I do so. Allegedly. On the pole from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. Starting second from Burlington, the 11W is Jeremy Hughes. Third from Port Colborne, the 777O is Cameron Ohm. And fourth from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young. Fifth from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Starting sixth from Roslyn, the 4K is Jamie Kay. Fourth row on the inside, the 20L from Grimsby is Caden Lapsevich. To his outside from Ottawa, the M52 is Mark Supernan. Scheduled to start ninth, the 72 out of Waynfleet is Tanner Podwinski. 10th from Hagersville, the 24K is Kiana Teal. Scheduled to start 11th, but not going to make the call, the 2S from St. Catharines of Al Slate. 12th from Ohsweken, the MK8 is Matt Hill. 13th from Ohsweken, the 38 is Melissa Miller. 14th from Ohsweken, the 99 is Joshua Hill. 15th from Port Perry in the 4B, it's four-barrel Daryl Peltier. So clearly, some cars struggled to make weight or something after that heat race.
Yeah. Because Matt Hill had qualified, had he not?
So did Melissa Miller.
Yeah.
6 cars will transfer to tonight's A main. Finish in the top 6, you get a chance to race for $4,000.
Carter Long throws a green flag, and we're on it. Last chance to get into the big dance tonight. Nico Hansen, Jeremy Hughes going at it off of corner number 2 and down the backstretch.
Caden Lapsevich in the 20L, that's the best start he's got in the 2 nights he's been racing the crate sprints.
Right now, 1 spot out. Right behind Mark Saprinet in that 52. Here's Hughes and Nico Hansen going at it.
Nico Hansen down low, Jeremy Hughes running the high side in that 11 machine. Cameron Ohm has settled into the 3rd spot. Keegan Baker and Trevor Young side by side for 4th.
Caden Lapsevich holding this spot down. Here comes Daryl Pelche, though, in that 4B. He'll move up a position. Now he's up there into that 7th spot right behind Lapsevich.
There's a lot of laps in this one, so I don't think Lapsevich is particularly safe right now in that 6th spot.
Not if he goes that route. Up over the banking in corner 3. He's going to give up 2 spots.
2 spots, but that's a big 2 positions out in front. Hansen and Hughes. Hughes looking to the inside in 3 and 4.
The veteran on the bottom, the rookie on the outside. Hughes fights down there in that number 11W. Nico Hansen in the 27. Side by side, and this is great experience for Nico Hansen right now, this battle for the lead.
For sure it is, as Caden Lapsevich takes that 7th spot from Supernet. Now he knows what he has to do. He's got half the race to do it. Halfway through, 6 laps in, 6 laps to go, and you got to get to the 6th spot.
Jeremy Hughes getting some distance now on Nico Hansen. Cameron Ohm's had a fairly quiet ride right now in that 3rd spot. About to feel some pressure from Keegan Baker and Trevor Young.
We're going to see a battle for that 6th position as laps continue to...
Oh, Lapsevich goes over the banking into the wall. And that will bring out the Dixieland Grill caution flag. Left rear flat on the 20L after the contact with the hay bales. Well, he had it in the show.
He did indeed. Let's have a look at this replay down into turn number 3. You can see him shaking his head behind the wheel of that 20L machine. Race Med going to come on over and see if he's all right. He's going to need a hook from the back end.
Yeah, that's the report, guys, and we can definitely see the left rear is tore up on the car here, so he will have to get towed off. Certainly been a humbling experience, most likely for Caden in this car. As you mentioned earlier, Adam, these things are definitely wild animals that they're trying to tame here.
Nicely done, though. I mean, he was up there in a transfer spot, learning every lap.
And you have to, and not that there's any comparison, but I remember last fall when my son Connor got to test the 11W here, and he blew it off the end of the track, I want to say 5 times. But that's where you need to run. That's what you've got to learn to do. He kept getting the car back under control, getting back on the racetrack and doing it some more. As we got a few angles there of Caden Lapcevich going for a long slide up the outside. Abby even got a shot of it.
What's harder, do you think? We have a number of drivers that have come in and they've never raced anything else. This is where they got their starting point. I think of someone like Alan Downey. Is it harder to come in with no other experience, or is it because you don't know what you don't know, or is it harder to be like Caden Lapcevich, like you said? He had to rethink everything that he's ever known about racing.
I think it's harder to be Caden Lapcevich or Mike Lichty or insert whatever name, because you've had success. You've tasted victory. You know how you did it. You can't do that here.
Yeah. And I think Caden Lapcevich did a nice job here this week, cutting his teeth on dirt, both in the NASCAR Canada Series and here in the crate sprints. 8 laps on the board, 4 to go, 6 to transfer.
Darryl Peltier in the 4B with that 6th position. Melissa Miller right behind in the 38. Mark Superman in the 52. They race into turn number 3.
It's all Jeremy Hughes out front at this point. Nico Hansen trying to hold on to second, but Cameron Olm trying to take that away from him in the 777. Good run tonight for him in the Riverside bait and tackle machine.
And you want to be aggressive, but you don't want to take any chances if you're locked into the show. The big goal here is to get in the top 6, get into the A main. Don't throw your night away.
Right now, top 6 have broken away as Melissa Miller's a little way back there in the 7th spot. Global 1 white flag is out.
One of these days, Carter Long's going to toss himself right out of the flag stand.
You think? Wow. You got to get a camera on that at one point.
Checkers in the air. Jeremy Hughes takes the win. Nico Hansen second. Cameron Ohm third. Keegan Baker. Trevor Young and Darryl Peltier punch their ticket to the show. The night is over on the racetrack for Melissa Miller, Mark Superman, Jamie Kay, and Kiana Teal.
So still a B main to come, but I believe that will be after our brief intermission. It'll be a B main for the 360 sprint cars. And just before we go to break, folks, the sprint car world has lost a driver just last night, Louis Carufel, a former competitor of the Great Lakes Super Sprints and a regular here at our special events at Ohsweken Speedway over the years. Louis passed away, so a moment of silence for Louis Carufel.
Farmall. 100 years of can-do. 100 years of milestones. 100 years of family. Generation after generation, its legacy lives on. The one for all since 1923.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
My family came over here from Germany, and my grandpa Arnold Lushen bought this 1953 Super M.
This is the first tractor that I actually drove and used on the farm. If somebody said, Mark, I'll give you an 80 acres that's worth $1 million, would you give me that tractor for that 80 acres? No amount of money would buy this tractor.
My grandpa made the comment before that that was the tractor that built Lushen Farms.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Night number 2 of the Thunder on the Grand, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety and Sitting Bull Tires. Just getting ready for the B main for the 360s, but Clinton Jeffrey standing by with the Top Gun Award winner tonight.
DJ Christie picks up the Top Gun Award. DJ, when you got a field of 360s like this, it's always amazing when you can have a good run and be the top gun.
Yeah, we found some speed in the car tonight. I don't know if it's the car or just me, but we got a good grip of the track right now, so we're going to see how that goes into the A main.
Coming out of 4th tonight, how do you feel? The outside or the inside? What's your favorite?
I like the outside to see if I can keep all 4 wheels on the racetrack tonight, not like I did last night.
Tell us a bit about the track conditions tonight, last night to tonight, DJ.
Yeah, it's a lot slicker tonight. I thought it was going to be a little bit similar to last night after doing a walk to the track last night after the races. But it's smooth, it's wide, it's going to be an exciting race, and we'll see what we can do.
Congratulations, you're Ackland Top Gun Award winner and $150 richer.
Yeah, thank you. A special shout out to Handy Henry, who sponsors me in the track. He's in the stands tonight, so it's a great night for him to be here.
Right on. Congratulations, DJ Christie, our Top Gun Award winner from Ackland Insurance. We'll be right back live here on G-Force TV. The crate A main is on the chute. They're ready to roll.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Introducing the Fleet lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the Cargo Ease fleet lineup.
Back at Oshwegan Speedway as Fresh Stone presents night number 2. Thunder on the Grand, brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety and Sit and Bull Tires. Greg Kellnan, Adam Ross up in the tower, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. I bring in Adam Ross right now, but it's dinner time. He's got to keep up with this intake, or his output will be no good for the features. That's the deal. Some sort of buffalo chicken salad. Is that what we're dealing with here? Man, smells good. So it's going to be the A main for the Great Sprints up next. See the Strickland Pace truck down there ready to pace this field around for our first feature of the night. Got to thank Strickland's for all that they do. If you're looking for a new or used vehicle, check out Strickland's in Brantford. They do a fantastic job. They've got a lot of beautiful vehicles. There's one right there. That Pace truck looks fantastic here in 2024. We got Clinton Jeffrey down trackside with a track report.
Yeah, here's our Case IH track report as we get ready to roll into features. It'll be the A feature for the crates coming up. If you look here, guys, here, we got it. It's very black and polished here, but we still have chunks where it's soft right beside it. So this is hard packed. This is still soft here. I can write my name in it, as you can see there. So what the problem is, you got different layers of grip. You got grip, then no grip, then grip, then no grip. And then if you come up here, you've got kind of where it's packed down, and you can see you got a lot of aggression here, if you'll call it, a lot of bumps as these cars come through. So this will upset the cars. They're coming through the turns. And this is what makes it tough for the guys to get around here. The track doesn't have any major holes. If we look down here, and Jack follows me, just it's kind of like a little bit rumbly up and down, almost like a washboard as you come up across the side of the track. So there's your Case IH track report. I think we'll continue to blow it off. It's going to get shinier, slipperier, but it will not get any smoother. The ruts we've got here tonight will be with us for the evening, but they're not the bad ones. And we even heard DJ Christie say it's smooth out there. I wouldn't say it's as smooth as we've seen it, but if they're all right with it, we are too.
What I'd like you to do, if you could jump in your Lockhart Odyssey Mobile, go a little bit farther up to corner 2 and looking from corner 2 down into the backstretch. Every night when I cross the track at the end of the night, just looking at turn 2 puts me in awe, because I think, man, that's a tight corner. It looks like a hard corner to get off of because you're kind of coming up onto the backstretch. Right. So if we could get a shot of that.
I was sure you were giving Clint directions to the fritter wagon.
That's next.
I thought that's where you were going. I was so impressed.
That is next. It is quite a shot, though, looking down the backstretch from corner number 2, and especially if you're in one of the grooves there.
So I'm up here on the upper side, right up on what we call the cushion. There isn't much one. But you're right, Greg. You kind of pace right up here to the wall, and you're trying to get turned, and you stay off this backstretch wall. It's so tough to not keep it straight if you come off on the wrong angle. And you're right, it does kind of funnel down a bit here as you exit onto the backstretch. But the track here is pool table smooth. It's great here. Our biggest problem has always been turn 1, and we just showed you that. So the rest of the track is in much better shape than that spot in turn 1. But down here it is pretty gnarly here up on the berm in turn 2, guys.
Great chance to have a look there down the backstretch. And at the end of the night, you're more than welcome, for the fans in the front stretch grandstands, you're more than welcome to head over to the pit area at the end of the night. And you can go walk across the track once all the vehicles are off the track after the final victory lane. We welcome you to come down there. You can go through the fence down here at the start-finish line, or there's also the gate down in corner 1 that's open. And good chance to go over there. Sometimes some of the teams are still hanging around and meet your favorite driver, but just a chance to get down there and be down close to the wall in 1 and 2 and see how banked it really is. It's deceiving.
Exactly. You don't realize how much there is out there till you're standing in it, realizing, wow, that's a big walk up that hill or down that hill.
Well, guys, we talked about it a bit earlier. Want to send a shout-out to all our partners who came out tonight to our VIP partner dinner. It's amazing to have all these businesses come out and support racing and buy into what we're doing here at Oshwegan Weekly, and we certainly appreciate you coming out. Hopefully you're enjoying what you're seeing tonight. If it's your first time here, You haven't seen nothing yet. Wait till we combine them all together and go at it. It's going to be an amazing night. Once again, to all our partners, on behalf of Mike Morris, the Steyers family, myself, we definitely appreciate what you do for us, and we couldn't do this without you. So thank you so much, and hopefully you're enjoying your night here at Ohsweken.
Oh, we got a brawl here on the front stretch. Fang and Claw. Claw just got run over. Is that Claw? Yeah, it's got to be.
I would think so.
Doesn't have any fangs.
Your process of deduction, is that what that is?
Wasn't that phenomenal?
You're brilliant.
So Claw just got knocked to the ground by a 50-50 ticket seller. So, buy tickets or this could get rough.
That's why we're selling so many.
Oh, here's the replay. Body check. That's better than any body check any Maple Leaf threw this year.
Okay, well, let's not encourage fans to take on the mascots.
No, it's the 50-50 ticket seller.
They're all employees.
All staff. Okay, we won't involve HR. Rick, if two of your employees were fighting at Strickland's, do you let them go at it? Do we call HR?
I'd send them outside and let them go at it.
Right here on the front stretch for $100. It's the old you fight in the pitch, you're suspended. You fight on the front stretch, get $100. Is that how it's going to work?
I think so.
Rick, tell us quickly about this beautiful Strickland's Pace truck. If somebody wants to come down and get one, what are they going to look for?
I couldn't hear you there, Clinton.
What's the truck?
It's a 24 Trail Boss. 5.3, nothing too fancy, just some rims on it stuff, but she's pretty. It's a pretty nice truck out of the box.
It's not like the 6.2 you got me?
No, it's not as nice as George Clinton. You deserve the best, man.
Thanks.
Wow.
I did get a new truck from Strickland's about a month ago, and it is a Chevy Silverado, just like the one we've got here.
Hey, Greg, remember that time we got new chairs in the tower? That was great. Got a report from the Fritter wagon. There's more people in line at the Fritter booth than in the grandstand at most racetracks.
Man, that bounced around, didn't it? We went from mascot abuse
to selling trucks,
to selling trucks, to new chairs. Well, they're old now. To Apple fritter lines.
Full circle.
This is what happens when there aren't cars on the track. But they are being pushed off over on the Gales Auto Aftermarket warm-up track. That track will be busy tomorrow with the micro sprints, and they'll be starting racing at 3 o'clock. You can also watch that live on GeForce TV, and I'll tell you what, Jack jumped on the mic last week with McLean, did a phenomenal job, and I said to McLean, it sounded like you two have been doing this for a long time. That was their first go at it, so great job, Jack, there, and McLean as well, learning the ropes with the announcing, and they'll be taking our spots in no time at all, Adam.
One of these nights we're going to open our pay envelope, and it's going to be a pink sheet of paper. Thanks for the memories.
Oh, I thought maybe it was an Apple Fritter gift certificate.
You would.
Oh, my.
Well, race fans, the Crate A main is being called to the track. 25 laps the distance. Let me tell you how they're going to line up. On the pole from Ohsweken, the 9C is Brian Nanakoke. Alongside him in the 88 from Brantford, it's Lance Erskine. Third from St. Thomas, the 52 is Jesse Costa. Fourth in the BS 39 from Waynfleet, it's Brett Stratford. Fifth from Picton, the 87 is Andrew Hennessy. Sixth from Thamesford, the 14 is Larry Gledhill. Starting seventh in the 2 from Baden, it's Travis Hofstetter. Eighth from Gatineau, Quebec, the 72R is Bruno Richard. Ninth from Rockwood, the 74 is Rob Neely. 10th from Six Nations, driving the number 20, it's the Iceman, Johnny Miller. 11th from Ohsweken, the 28T is Cam Thompson. 12th from Brighton, the 98 is Jonah Mutton. 13th from Ohsweken, the 77E is Ashton Van Every. 14th from Kitchener, the 50 LS is Adrian Staley. 15th from Thorold, the 71 is Brent Bigelow. 16th from Listowel, the 97 is Sheldon Bender. 17th from Simcoe, the 14B is Broden Weiler. 18th from Jerseyville, the 53 is Logan Schwettig. 19th from Woodstock, the 29W is Tyler Ward. 20th from Waynfleet, the 85C is Cam McKinnon. 21st from Hagersville, the 3 is Devin Bacher. 22nd from Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner. 23rd from Georgetown, the 2M is Steve Murdoch. 24th, and the 24A from Stony Creek, it's AJ Lewis. 25th from Burlington, the 11W is Jeremy Hughes. 26th from Beamsville, the 27 is Nico Hansen. 27th from Port Colborne, the 777O is Cameron Ohm. 28th from Ancaster, the 16X is Keegan Baker. Your final row on the inside from Ancaster, the 51 is Trevor Young, and alongside him from Port Perry in the 4B, it's 4-barrel Daryl Peltier.
$30 cars, 25 laps, $4,000 to the winner. The way Brett Stratford has looked last night and again tonight in the qualifying heat, I think he's got to be the favorite coming into this.
I would say so, Greg, but Lance Erskine in the 88, Jesse Costa in the 52, Andrew Hennessy in the 87. Super fast drivers. Brian Anacoke on the pole in the 9C. He got into the wall last night pretty hard.
Yeah, that he did. A good chance for him to get some redemption here starting on the pole, and that can add a fuels machine. Just having a look at the points coming into tonight. After last night, Brett Stratford, the point leader by 19 markers over Jesse Costa. Lance Erskine third. Steve Murdoch's holding on to the fourth spot, although he's had a stretch of misfortune. Brent Bigelow right now completes the top 5 for the crate sprints.
So an extra distance race tonight, Greg.
Yeah, 5 more than they're used to. Last night, of course, the record for 20 laps at 5 minutes and 15 seconds.
So we're not going to change that record in this race. So we have a good look at the Radio Shuttle 74 of Rob Neely.
There is a record, though, for 25 laps. Mike Bowman back in 2022, 6:54. You know, when you call that race like last night, 5 minutes, 15 seconds, calling it, it seemed like a lot longer than 5 minutes, did it not?
You know, the same number of things happen as happens in most races. You know, they run 20 laps. Sure, there's sometimes some yellows and you have to describe that, but really it's a full show. Everything that's going to happen in this race happened last night. Even if we have 5 cautions in this race, we're still going to call 20 green flag laps.
Yep.
So, yeah, there's a lot going on.
Especially this division. So much to watch. It's so even. These crate motors, and they're sealed at that. You can't tamper with these things, and it makes this division so even. It comes down to setup, driver, and the quality of drivers we have is so even.
You've got to be smooth.
Kenny, you pull push trucks, getting Larry Gledhill fired back off on the back stretch. And that must have been a safety issue as they're giving him his spot back.
Yeah, so...
Radio issue, guys.
You're only allowed to be pushed off once in a sprint car race for the original start and get your spot. If you have a safety issue, if your belts come loose or, heaven forbid, your steering wheel come off because they do have a quick disconnect, or if there's a problem with your one-way radio, you stop on the track, let the officials know what you're working on, and they will get it set up and you'll get your spot back.
Guys, they were going to do a 4 wide, but Dave has to forego it here because these guys have been pacing for a while. Don't want anybody to run out of fuel in this longer distance race, so they will get ready to go. The white flag is out.
25 laps the distance, $4,000 to the winner.
Strickland pace truck pulls off on the backstretch. Brian Nanakoke, Lance Erskine ready to come to the green flag. Carter Long's got the double green flags in hand. First feature of the night, $4,000 on the line.
Field rumbles down into turns 1 and 2. Steady start, even. Wow. Even 3 wide through the middle of the field. Some bold moves as Broden Weiler gets up off the banking in 3 and 4.
Gather it back up. Yeah, it was 3 by 3 by 3 there. Middle of the pack through corners 3 and 4. A wild start out in front. It is all Brett Stratford.
How did he get out there?
Another one going up high on the outside. That's the Tuamus. No, sorry, that's the 50 LS of Adrian Staley. Brett Stratford already jumping out to almost a 2-second advantage. It is now 2 seconds over Lance Erskine.
Amazing how cars come together that have history. Brent Bigelow in a battle right now with Rob Neely. Those two were pretty ugly with each other after the heat race earlier on. Looks like Bigelow's got that spot, and he's pulled away just a little bit from the 74.
Here's the battle for the second spot. Lance Erskine has it. Jesse Costa right in his tire tracks as they head down into corner number 3.
Brett Stratford out in front all by his lonesome, but he is going to encounter heavy lap traffic.
First car in his sights, Broden Weiler, then Darrell Pelche, and all these cars racing for position. So this is where you need to bide your time. Well, no, he's going to split them going down into 1, then to the outside of Hughes and Young.
Wow, when Stratford gets up the racetrack, has to lift. So did the cars behind him. Everybody does a good job to avoid catastrophe in turn number 2. And Stratford puts about 5 cars between himself and second place, Jesse Costa.
Yeah, and he passed all 5 in about a lap and a half. Impressive run there as now he'll go through the middle of Nico Hansen and Devin Bacher in the 3 car. And again, the leader has no clue where second place is, so he's just got to go.
He knows where he wants to be, and that is far away from second place. If you lift, you lose. Brett Stratford has been on the wheel this season.
2.5 seconds last time by between first and second. Jesse Costa right now in the first of that traffic that Brett Stratford disposed of. He loses another 3/10.
Wow. Stratford to the inside of Cam McKinnon and Keegan Baker in that 39. He passes them in wholesale fashion out there.
Jesse Costa does a nice job splitting a couple of lap cars. He'll clear them. Now works at the inside of Nico Hansen.
And Costa's put a lot of cars between himself and Lance Erskine. Lance Erskine under attack from Andrew Hennessy. And is he down low off of 4?
Plugging away on that inside line, trying to get by the 88. Meanwhile, out in front, it's all Brett Stratford. Now working behind Adrian Staley and the 29W of Tyler Ward. There was barely any room there. He would have gone through if he could have.
The gap from first to second is 2.5 seconds. But Stratford having to check up in that slower traffic. Let's see how much Jesse Costa is able to chip away at that lead.
He definitely gained. He gained 4/10 that time. Then he gets another second. He is right there chasing down Brett Stratford as Cam Thompson takes a 28 into the infield.
I think he needs the washroom.
Costa's there. He's got 1 lap car between he and the leader.
Stratford working down low. Tyler Ward up the racetrack with a problem in the 29W.
He's not going to make it to the pit, so that's going to put us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag for the first time in crate sprint car feature competition this week.
That is unbelievable. 14 laps under green.
20 last night. Tyler Ward is the first casualty of the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
And I'm not sure if Jesse Costa would have been happy to see that yellow flag.
No, he had close the gap. He at one point was 2.8 seconds back. He was down to 0.8 seconds when the caution flag came out. 11 laps left to go. Clinton Jeffrey getting up there on the scene. Looks like problems on the right rear for Tyler Ward.
Yeah, he exploded a right rear, guys, and I mean exploded. There are parts and pieces of this tire all over here, and it actually exploded so bad that, are you guys watching me right now?
Yeah.
Can you see this? So there's a support bar here, like a crash bar. It knocked the crash bar, blew it right off the car, and it would attach here, down here, and right here. So the whole crash bar is back there in turn one, and pieces of rubber all over here as you see the crew picking it up there, and they're throwing them over the wall there. But big pieces of rubber and a big crash bar here off the side of the Tyler Ward. Bad news for him, though. We are past the halfway point. He will not get his guaranteed 2 minutes in the work area. Most likely the end of the night for Tyler Ward's 29W.
And when they panned over from the front stretch camera over towards you in corner number one, you could see chunks littered from corner one all the way over to the crash scene there for Tyler Ward, or where he came to a rest.
You're in trouble, Greg.
Well, Facebook says 4,000.
Well, if it's on Facebook, it must be
from our
true.
account. So that's a social media issue. Sorry, 3,000 to the winner.
You're just taking money right out of their pockets, Greg.
I was trying to put it in.
Hey, we don't make the rules.
We ordered you guys chairs. What do you want?
Fritters. Since you asked.
And that was a screenshot from our ticket admission prices from the start of the year. So it's a website error. So it's going to all funnel back to me. It'll be my fault.
You know where it never funnels back to?
You.
You got it. You know why? I have zero responsibilities, which is all that I can handle.
Exactly. This is where I quickly log in and make a slight adjustment.
So we went one to go. Now the yellow is back out. Race director Dave Hunsinger saw something he didn't like or needed to address. We'll go one to go at the line. How many cars are on the lead lap?
Tell you what, Brett Stratford was dicing through the field.
So there's still 19 cars on the lead lap, all the way back to Cam McKinnon. So for our 50-50 sellers, if you can hear us, we're told at the start of the next race, please make your way back to home base. 50-50 sellers at the start of the next race, make your way back to the home base. Cargo Ease restart zone coming right up. Brett Stratford going to lead us into it.
Everybody clean and green past the restart cone here on the front stretch. Jesse Costa is there. He'll go to the top side. Stratford works the bottom. Up off a corner four they come.
Jesse Costa holding a pretty wheel. He is running the high side using all of the racetrack out there. Look at him come off the corner in that 52.
D&O Towing 52 making a charge on that outside line. That's how he stole a win away from Brett Stratford earlier on this year on the last lap, last corner off of that corner number 4.
Brett Stratford taking a shorter distance around the bottom of the racetrack. He'll have to do a little bit of pedaling down there to keep the car under control. Devin Bacher up off the track in turn 2. He gets back on without any problem.
Down the back stretch another time into corner number 3. 7 laps left to go for Brett Stratford. He leads over Jesse Costa, Lance Erskine, Andrew Hennessy with a good 4th place run right now. And I don't want to say it, but Brian Anacoke up there in the top 5. Love to see that.
Yeah, great run for Brian Nanakoke in that 9C. Problem for Larry Gledhill in the 14 machine. He's going to keep it on the racetrack, but he's having a problem in the corners, keeping that car down on the racetrack.
No, way up high off of corner number 4. Sheldon Bender uses all the real estate he can. Jesse Costa's right there, 3/10.
Right in front of the race leaders as Jesse Costa has to go way up the racetrack. Nico Hansen into the wall on the back straightaway.
Caution flag out for Nico Hansen. The Dixieland Grill caution flag back out with 5 to go.
There was a lot going on that half lap.
A lot, and Nico Hansen slowing right in front of the leaders. There you see him taking the gloves off, the belts off.
He's had his share of problems this season in that 27 machine. Some engine gremlins earlier on. And he climbs out from behind the wheel.
Right in front of us here on the back straightaway. The front end just broke on the Larry Gledhill number 14, and his tie rod just broke in both wheels facing in different directions. He will need a hook on the front, and we'll get up here and check out the Nico Hansen machine.
You know, if you're going to have that part failure, have it under yellow. A little bit of good fortune for Larry Gledhill.
The left front turns.
Got Nico Hansen here. Nico, what was the story on your car?
Well, you know, it's handling okay. I just came in too hot, jumped the cushion. Nothing you can really do about it. Sucks, but come back here next week and try again.
Right on, we appreciate you talking to us. Nico Hansen, he will admit driver error there, guys, but remember, he's a rookie in this division trying to figure it out, and they've got the right rear off of it. Flattened anyways.
He'll want to grab that helmet before they pull him back to the pits.
Larry Gledhill going up on the hook, and 5 laps left to settle this one.
I was talking to Dave McGrin about the country chip wagon.
Guys, I just want to show you this here. The crew went back to get Nico Hansen ready, but Jack, back up a bit and look at these wheels. This axle is tweaked up and bent back. You can see it comes straight and then it jacks up right here. This is, as Greg would say, cattywampus. And the crew was here yelling at him, get back in, and he said, no, the axle's bent. I'm done, guys.
Good exposure for Julie Swayze Remax, Ackland Insurance, J&E Recovery.
So about this chip wagon.
Dave McGrid comes highly recommended. Now, I did mention to Dave how ironic he's in the stroke recovery unit at Hamilton General. But he's making small gains every day. Travis Hofstetter with a problem in turn number 2. He has come to a stop on the inside of the racetrack. He won his heat race earlier on.
Cam Thompson pulled off just before that caution flag.
There's a lineup at the Porta-John.
A lineup to get into the pits, too.
So I just heard Dave Hunsinger saying you get your spot back. So it must have been a safety issue. Hofstetter will refire and then settle himself in between Adrian Staley and the 50 LS and the 85C of Cam McKinnon.
Well, can Brett Stratford get the clean sweep here this week? Costa was there on that restart, but not able to challenge for a shot at the lead. But we saw a few weeks ago, don't count Jesse Costa out, even when you think the checkered flag's out and done.
Nope. I'll bet you haven't taken one of your eyes off of that 52 since then.
I don't dare. If someone passes him, I'm still in trouble, but I'll know where he is.
5 laps remain.
They're handing out glow sticks. When do they start handing out the fritters?
I just got to say, Jonathan Stiers from Lone Wolf Fireworks are providing the glow sticks. So
nice.
Jonathan says, let's have a party here tonight. So thank you, Jonathan.
Lone Wolf Fireworks, great supporters here at the Speedway for many, many years. Thanks for all they do as we come back through the Cargo Ease restart zone. Single file past the cone. 5 laps left.
Jesse Costa again with a good run off the corner. More speed than Brett Stratford. Stratford taking the shorter distance. Costa will stay up high in 3 and 4.
Watching mid-pack, Brent Bigelow making some moves around Ashton Van Every. Steve Murdoch right behind him, but here's the battle for the lead. Costa closes the gap down into corner 3.
How about Brian Nanicoke looking to get himself onto the podium tonight? It's been a while since we've seen him.
And that'd be fantastic if he could get up there. That 9C challenging young Lance Erskine. Here comes Costa another time down into corner number 3. He's on the high side. Stratford starts in the bottom, works off middle off of corner number 4.
Okay, there is 2 laps to go. I was off on my lap counter. Sorry, Greg. White flag this time from Carter Long, our flagman. Brett Stratford is led from the drop of the green flag, but Jesse Costa is hot on his heels.
Here he comes, ripping the lip on the outside line. Gets a great run off of corner 2. He works it down to the inside line. That's where Stratford's been all night.
Contact!
They made contact. Here they come off of 4.
Stratford, not to be denied, hangs on for the win. Costa comes home second, Erskine third, Hennessy fourth. Brian Nanicoke rounds out the top 5.
Wow.
I'm trying to see if Costa's there to congratulate him.
Yeah, that's what I was watching. Let's watch the replay here in a moment. Brett Stratford sweeps the week.
What a move by Jesse Costa, and it nearly worked. Costa takes his spot in Slack Lumber victory lane. Let's have a look at this replay through turn number 2. Costa gets a great run. The fact that they both finished that race, that was a stock car move. Normally you want fenders to execute that maneuver.
Great for us to watch, that's for sure. Lone Wolf Fireworks are going to light up the sky for another win for Brett Stratford down at Slack Lumber victory lane. Will send it down trackside. Clinton Jeffrey.
Brett Stratford takes the helmet off. He gets ready to go up top. 2 wins in a row for Brett Stratford. Picks up $6,000 here tonight and last night. And we'll get in and talk to a very excited Brett Stratford. Well, Brett, what a run here tonight. You doubled up here tonight. Hold up your checkered flag because you earned it. What a drive, man. Talk about that. You were gone. Jesse was stalking you at the very end. He came back. He caught you on that last lap. Contact down in 3 and 4. What's your side of what happened there?
Yeah, no, I definitely ran him dirty there. That was more like a go-kart move. But, I mean, you're coming to the biggest race of the year. What are you going to do? I screwed up coming off of 2. I was not expecting anyone to come under me. I definitely cut down. I would not have gone too far to put him in the wall, but I definitely, hey, we're racing for a whole bunch of money here, right? I mean, he's got a hell of a lot more wins than I do, and you know what? I just want to prove this car that I built at home in 17 days. I built it from absolutely nothing with no money, and so I'm just very proud of what I do, and I'm sorry if I had to do that. I had to do it, you know. It's for all you guys out there. Thank you for coming out for us.
Good job, Brett.
Thank you.
Get over and talk to Jesse Costa. Jesse, you were chasing that 39 for a lot of that race. You got a good run coming down the backstretch. What's your take on what happened there?
I was beside him. He just didn't give me any room. I'm not the first guy for him to do that too, but it's fine. Just got to thank Nathan Ackland and Ash for putting me in this car, and the whole Gladhill family, and Oakwood Transport, and D&O Towing, Wells Foundry, Butler Built, Strode's. Ackland Insurance, Lone Wolf Fireworks, my dad, Ryan Beagle. He's my crew guy this week, and he's working his ass off on this thing. Just got to thank everyone back in the pits and Oshawegan Speedway.
Close, Jesse, not quite where you needed to be. Thanks for your time.
Thanks.
Jesse Costa a bit dejected in second, guys, as you can imagine. We'll get over here and talk to Lance Erskine, who had a heck of a run. Maybe we should talk to Curtis, his sponsor here. Lance, step in front of your car so we get Curtis's logo there on. Let's talk about your drive, though, man. Solid drive. You've got to be real proud of how this team's performing so far. You're not far from the points championship, and you're running really good, man, inside the top 5.
Yeah, we're a little bit off Jesse and Brett still, but I'm pretty happy with the third place, 2 in a row for us this weekend, and I'm glad Curtis is here to see that. But we had a good run going. It's just Brett and Jesse are in a class of their own, so I just want to thank Connell's Construction, Brown's Auto Service, local IBW 105, Ian's Excavating, and Claybar Contracting. Without them guys, I could not race this car.
Great job. Lance Erskine will be third. Second will be Jesse Costa. And your winner tonight and last night, $6,000 richer, Brett Stratford picks up his second back-to-back win.
Are you looking to sell or fix your car? You can do it all with Kenny U-Pull. Whether it's running or not, we pay you top cash on the spot. We'll even tow your car off your lot. Need parts? Our yards have over 25,000 cars ready to be stripped and over 10 million car parts ready to be pulled. Find what you need at a fraction of the manufacturer's price. Fix it or sell it with Kenny. Visit KennyUpull.com today.
Your mom got a new tractor? Yep. Can't she see in the dark? Can do. Hook up all the implements? Can do. Steer with ease? Can do. Bale hay all day? Can do. Shift like a race car? Can do. Keep a juice box cold? Can do. I'm out of here.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Farmall. 100 years of can-do. 100 years of milestones. 100 years of family. Generation after generation, its legacy lives on. The one for all since 1923.
B-Main on deck for the 360 Sprint Cars. Last chance to get into the $10,000 to win A-Main here tonight at Oshawegan Speedway. Brought to you by NITRO 54 Variety and Sitting Bull Tires. I'm Greg Kellman, Adam Ross. Along with me in the tower, Clinton Jeffrey down trackside. Here's how they'll line up for the B-Main. On the pole out of Oshawegan, the 7017, that'll be Tyler Pallas to the outside. From Brewerton, New York, in the 0C, it's Pauly Colagiovanni. Starting in third from Tilsonburg, the 17X, that's Corey Turner to his outside. Dale Curran from Bowmanville in the 70MM. Rolling off fifth from Hamilton, the 19D, that's Alan Downey from Buchanan, Michigan in the 70, starting sixth. It's Eli Lakin. Kelsey Ivey starts in seventh. She's from Fremont, Ohio in the 20I. Todd Hoddick out of Cheektowaga, New York in the 94 starts in the 8th spot. Kevin Paul starts 9th. He's from Dunnville in the 46. Keith Granholm out of Syracuse, New York in the 13 starts 10th. Going off 11th out of Thamesford. Car 7, Eric Gledhill, starting in the 12th spot. From Interkip, the 84 Eld Mike Lichty, and Tom Hupinen from Welland in the 21 goes 13. 6 cars to transfer. 12 laps the distance.
Wow, Alan Downey gets all sorts of sideways down into turn number 1. We got a couple of them parked in turn 1.
Kelsey Ivey and Keith Granholm will bring out the caution flag, the Dixieland Grill caution flag. Looks like they should both be able to get refired here from the Kenny U-Pole push trucks.
Qualifying for tonight's A main earns each driver a minimum of $500. Let's have a look at that replay. And yeah, Alan Downey got bottled up. Kelsey Ivey got into that, and Granholm was right there, nowhere to go, but a fairly innocent spin.
So try that one all over again, 12 laps. Still to come, the Northeast Late Model Alliance feature event. They're lining up over there in the Gales Auto Aftermarket warm-up track, and then we'll go to tonight's 360 main event.
Yeah, no problems down here, guys. Quick, easy push-off for both these cars. We should be ready to go fairly quickly.
Unlike the crate sprints, we have double file restarts for the 360 sprint division here. But no choose rule. We only do the choose rule in the A features.
Saw Spencer eating dinner tonight before the show. You'll never guess what he was eating.
Hot dogs.
Yep. Need to get him a hot dog costume for Halloween in August.
Oh, Spencer.
You don't want to see those people, though, Spencer.
That's a good point.
All right. We're going to get back to it. White flag. Mobile One white flag in the air. Good to see David Swain here last night.
Speaking of Mobile One.
I almost feel bad. He says he watches every Friday night. Don't you feel bad when people say that to you?
He didn't say he has the volume on.
That's true.
Tyler Paulus and Paulie Colagiovanni.
Dale Curran right there in the tail tank at Colagiovanni as they work off of corner number 2. Corey Turner, boy, do you think he wants in the A main tonight after sitting it out last night?
You better believe it. He runs in the 4th spot just ahead of Todd Hoddick in the 94. Alan Downey working the inside. He'll pick up the 6th position.
Got a feel for Eric Gledhill. Whatever's been wrong with that car tonight, he's starting deep in the B main. He went from setting the fastest lap record here at the track 1 week ago to now being on the outside looking in for a transfer spot of the biggest race so far this year.
It's amazing how quickly that can happen. A battle at the front. Dale Curran, the outside of Tyler Paulus.
2 youngsters cutting their teeth right now in 360 sprint cars. Dale Curran's been oh so good through the crate sprint car division, multi-time winner there. And now in the 360s, having a good battle with Tyler Paulus, who's coming into his own as well in the Riverside Bait and Tackle 77T.
Those two continue to battle for the top spot. Tyler Paulus down low. Dale Curran up high. Todd Hoddick with the final transfer spot, but he's got Eric Gledhill closing in that number 7.
Down to the inside of
Oh,
Hoddick.
trouble.
Lichty goes around right in front of Lakin. And the Dixieland Grill caution flag's going to come out.
So a new procedure this season that the drivers actually voted on at the drivers' meeting, and it's to try to get them to not keep their foot on the throttle when they spin out and do a 360 and take off. If a car spins, even if it spins and keeps going, we're going to go yellow. And we can see there Lichty down on the bottom and got a little too hard in the throttle. The car wouldn't hold on.
No cone.
No cone in the B main for the 360s because they just go to a standard double file restart.
If I was ever that animated with my father, I'd get a whooping.
He wouldn't even use the ladder to get up the flag stand. He'd just look up at the flag stand and fall down.
Where did Chris go? He's hiding behind the billboards. He's in shame.
Such a good guy. Don't pick on Chris.
He is. Logs more miles than anyone on a Friday night.
Why does he not have a scooter or something? Clint, give him a drive, for goodness sake.
Mobile 1 white flag coming out from Carter Long. What a good battle out front between these two youngsters, Dale Curran and Tyler Powless.
A couple of veterans right behind them, Corey Turner and Paulie Colagiovanni. Then it's Alan Downey in the 19. With the 94 of Todd Hoddick. Then Eric Gledhill in that 7. He's hungry.
One spot out right now in that D&O Towing Oakwood Transport number 7. Fastest lap record 1 week ago, now fighting for his life to get into the A main. Through the Cargo Ease restart zone they go, and Dale Curran on that outside line rips around the top in 1 and 2.
Oh boy, that was close. Gledhill into that 6th spot. Three cars racing for 6th position. Eric Gledhill would love to distance himself from that battle. Alan Downey in the 19, able to keep pace. Downey running all the way to the bottom of the racetrack.
Gledhill still holding on to that 6th spot, but here comes Alan Downey fighting on the bottom. And that schmuck truck, number 19D.
Downey holding a great line on the inside of the racetrack. Eric Gledhill not done with 6th. He makes a move to the inside of Corey Turner. Couldn't get the power down, and look at how things are converging. That battle for the 6th spot tightening up.
Oh, close call with Corey Turner and Eric Gledhill. This is the eye of the storm.
Contact.
Gledhill and Colagiovanni hooked on one another. Caution flag.
2 cars that were in a transfer position last time by. Paulie Colagiovanni moving around in that 0 machine. I think he's angry. Let's have a look at this replay down into the turn 1. Colagiovanni, I think he was trying to maybe cross back under Corey Turner. Eric Gledhill was going for that same piece of real estate.
Colagiovanni out.
I think Gledhill's probably waiting to get pushed off.
His side panel is still up. He's got one of the driver's side panels on his car, and it's still up and intact. So Clinton Jeffrey on the scene.
Well, they're really stacked up here. You got the Gledhill right rear right up on top of the left rear here of the Paulie Colagiovanni 10 car. Paulie, what happened up here?
Yeah, I don't know. I just didn't use his brake pedal there. It sucks. I'm running my girlfriend's family car tonight, so hopefully I can repair any damages. But yeah, I mean, when they plow in behind you, from behind, you can't do anything about it when they don't use their brakes. So.
Have you had a look at the car? Do you think you can continue?
I think I can continue. How many cars is out there now? Yeah, I don't, maybe. I can try to get in, but I don't, you know what I mean? I don't want to do too much.
Your call, man. Paulie Colagiovanni trying to decide. You can tell the frustration here. We'll see what happens as they try and lift this Gledhill machine up.
And what really, Clinton, I think if we're reading between the lines, it's not his own race car he's driving.
Yeah.
Probably if it was his own machine, he'd go out there and really take some chances, but I don't think he wants to do that to Cole McDonald.
Now the pressure's on the safety crew there. They don't want to do any damage in separating these two cars. But this is not going to be an easy feat the way it's wedged in there.
I'm fairly impressed. Obviously, Paulie was upset with Eric Gledhill. But he didn't go over to his car. He didn't get ugly with him. Fairly mature way of handling things.
Yeah, look how that right front's just up in there. So they have a truck on the front and the back. There we go.
So now,
what a great bit of towing there by our towing crew. Sid and the rescue crew did a great job. Colagiovanni gives him a finger wag at Gledhill and will work on getting back in his car here. Eric Gledhill should be able to push off. I only see a little bit of wing damage to the tail end of the right side sideboard and the nose of the wing board too. We'll try and get over there and take a look and see what else we can find over here, guys, but I don't see any problems here. Yeah, he's going to have to be towed off, guys. He's got a front axle bent back and some other problems here, and a shock tower has tore off. Look at this, Jack, right here. This shock tower has tore off. This piece was welded right here. The shock tower has been tore off. That'll be it. That is not a 2-minute fix. This chassis may be junk here for Gledhill.
What are these things made of tin foil, Greg?
I know, it didn't look as though that would be a lot of damage. I kind of assumed he'd just roll away.
Yep. Not to be the case. And now Colagiovanni.
Yeah, is he the better off here?
Who had gotten out and looked like his run might be over.
Clint's in there having a look now at Paulie's car. Although I don't think he's put his helmet back on. He's staying true to the word. But he is not going to.
10's done, guys. 10's done. Colagiovanni said, hey, this is my girlfriend's family's car, Cole McDonald. I don't want to wreck it. There's some stuff not perfect on the left side, so we will take it back and race another day.
Mature outlook for Paulie Colagiovanni. Tough break for Eric Gledhill in that 7, but opportunity just knocked for a couple of drivers.
Yeah, Alan Downey and Kevin Pauls, they slide into those spots. Eli Lakin, Kelsey Ivey just outside, along with Michael Lichty, Tom Hoopinen, and Keith Granholm. Still 3 laps left to go in this last chance qualifier. Northeast Late Model Alliance is up next with their feature event, and then we'll go into the 360A main. We're just trying to find out who the final 6 starters will be.
You know, Mike Lichty in that 84 ran some good laps in this one. Can he put something together here with 3 laps to go in this B main? And get himself into the dance.
Dale Curran had a great restart last time. Took off on that outside and powered away in the high side of 1 and 2.
And you can see the top wing.
Yeah.
Darn near stood straight up and down. He's looking for some grip in those rear tires of the 70mm. Tyler Powell's on the inside. Did he learn anything from that last restart?
Back to the Cargoese restart zone we go, and Curran's on it. Powell's got a better restart, I think, that time.
Wow. I cannot believe Lakin kept that car in the facility.
And he will get it to the pit area. 2 laps left to go for Dale Curran. Corey Turner charging on the top 2.
And remember, the 77 of Powless, the 17 of Turner had some moments last night where they weren't too happy with each other. They'll see the white flag. 1 more lap to go in this B main.
Curran doing a nice job right now. That final transfer spot still on the line. Kelsey Ivey right there behind Alan Downey. Downey now makes a move on Kevin Pauls.
Looking to the inside, down into turn number 3. Checkers in the air for Dale Curran over Powless, Corey Turner, Todd Hoddick, Kevin Pauls, and Alan Downey, who will get the final transfer spot into the main event.
Great job by that young driver.
I love Consies. I love me a B main.
And we've seen some here in these 2 nights that have meant a lot, have they not? And some good drivers not moving on.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Northeast Late Model Alliance up next with their 25-lap main event. They're ready to roll out onto the speedway.
Here's how they're going to line up for this 25-lap feature event. On the pole from Elba, New York, in the 136 is David Pangrazio. Alongside him from Trenton, Ontario, the 5 is Steve Baldwin. Row 2 on the inside in the 46 from Brighton, it's Brandon Mowat. Alongside him from Port Hope, the 89 is Austin King. 5th from Fort Erie, the 94Z is Stan Zank. And 6th from Orono, the 98 is Craig Graham. Starting 7th from Port Colborne, the 31 is John McIntyre. 8th from Trenton, the 11 is Kyle Sopaz. 9th from Brighton, the 41 is Ryan Lambert. And starting 10th from Trenton, the 57 is Charlie Sandercock. 11th from Brighton, the 3 is Nathan Rinaldi. 12th from Orono, the 14 is Brant Graham. 13th from Gravenhurst, the 00 is Ryan Gowdy. 14th from Brighton, the 33 is David Vandertoorn. 15th from Albion, New York, the 03 is TJ Downs. 16th from Gravenhurst, the 38 is Mike Gowdy. 17th from Cornwall, the 151 KB is Brian McDonald. And 18th from Cherry Valley, the 9 is Adam Turner. 19th from Essex, Ontario, the 38D is Doris Lajeunesse. 20th from Brighton, the 21 is Rich Sanders. 21st from Belleville, the 0 is Tyler French. 22nd from Port Colborne, the 47P is Blaine Borowski. 23rd from Port Colborne, the J19 is Rob Lettingham. And rounding out the field from Ridgeway, the 15 is Tim Gillespie.
Virginia says on-track reporter does a great job. Yes, he does. We are thankful for that. I'm not just kissing up because he's our boss. But, I mean, the looks that he gives us, incredible down trackside. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Northeast Late Model Alliance lining up 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. Wave them on, send them off, ready to go 25 laps here tonight.
They're going to hold this pose down the front straightaway the next time, folks, so feel free to get up on your feet. Give these drivers a salute. They're going to do battle for 25 laps and $2,000 to win.
Give them a wave. They've come out 24 strong here tonight. The Northeast Late Model Alliance. This has grown into a great series in a short amount of time.
Yeah, I'd absolutely have to agree.
Great late model racing, healthy in the region.
Well, and it's an extended region because really around here there isn't much for them, but they travel well.
Yep. Brighton Speedway race them almost every Saturday night. If you've never seen the late models of Brighton, I suggest you go. Pangrazio, Baldwin on the front row. Mobil 1 white flag's been displayed. Next time by, we'll go green flag racing. $2,000 to the winner here tonight.
Better wake up, Mrs. Rinaldi. Your race is finally on. Pangrazio and Baldwin on the front row to the Cargo East start zone they come, looking for double green flags from Carter Long.
Green is out, we're underway. They'll charge down into corner number 1 for the first time. Pangrazio grabs the early lead over Baldwin. Mowat right back there in the third spot.
Pangrazio on the bottom of the racetrack will come off at turn number 4 up towards the outside wall. He'll lead lap number 1.
Baldwin working the outside line. With Mowat right behind him, they put a gap back to Craig Graham in that 98. But I'll tell you what, that 98 has shown some good speed here tonight. He had some work to do in the heat.
That car did not want to turn. He was way up the track towards the outside wall. He looked great in his qualifying heat, and he looks pretty good right now, holding off Austin King in the 89 and Kyle Sopaz in the 11.
Sopaz with a heat race win here tonight, charging on that outside line. We've got Stan Zankin, who's looked solid here tonight as well. The 94Z, as we see a change right now. Brandon Mowat working to the inside of Steve Baldwin for the second spot. Slower car right in front of the leaders. Oh, it's going to get skinny there.
Lots of room. They'll all avoid the slower Murawski 47P.
Oh, will they? Nope. Vandertoren got into the 47, or had a bit of an issue, and so did the 94 of Stan Zankin. Let's have a look at the replay here. Stan Zankin looking to avoid him, spins his car. Adam Turner caught him just a little bit, and Vandertoren went around to the outside, so no actual contact was made with the 47. Of Murawski, but Stan Zankin, you see a little bit of damage on the right rear there from the contact by Adam Turner as he just grazed him on the way by.
Merely a flesh wound.
Actually saw that on Facebook today. Mobil 1 white flag coming out.
That's your relative, isn't it?
Yes, he is.
Why does Brett Meinecker want to hear Super Troopers?
Pangrazio Baldwin on the front row for this restart. 4 on the board, 21 to go. Mowat, Craig Graham back there in row 2. Kyle Sopaz, Austin King, row 3.
Craig Graham has his hands full. That car not handling quite right, but he's still got some speed.
That he does. He'll slide down in front of Mowat into the third spot on that restart. Thought maybe King was going to go around the outside of him, but at the front, that's exactly what's happening. Steve Baldwin charging to the outside of Pangrazio.
Baldwin up high, Pangrazio down low. New race leader, it's Steve Baldwin at the completion of lap 5.
Good 3-wide racing mid-pack as we watch this battle for the lead. Baldwin trying to pull away now for Pangrazio. Sanders piles in there late.
Yeah, nowhere to go for Sanders. Things were locked down and the roadway was blocked.
McIntyre and Vandertoren, the other two cars involved. Oh.
Little bit of contact from one of the Gaudis, I believe the 00.
Enough to hook the back end of the 31 of McIntyre and send him
Oh.
around. Tim Gillespie just got hit by Rich Sanders.
So Vandertoorn with some cosmetic ugly on that 33 machine. Let's have a look at this. Sanders. Yeah, back directly up into the Gillespie 15. The Gillespie 15 has now come to rest.
They had just asked, were they told to back up or did he do it on his own? He did it on his own and just backed up into the nose. And that took the 33 off to the pits, guys. 15 going to roll around the inside here. Not sure if he'll be able to continue. 31 getting ready to roll back out here without any damage on this car as far as we can see.
I think thankfully it hit the door of Tim Gillespie. And it wasn't under speed, but not in the wheel area.
Would have got his attention, though.
Would have.
Kyle Sopaz stops on the racetrack.
Had a look at Adam Turner's car. He does have some minor sheet metal damage on the back of the 9 after that contact with Stan Zenkin, but be okay to continue on.
I think Sopaz just looking for a spot in line. He's found it right behind Austin King and right in front of Bryant Graham in the 14.
5 on the board, 20 to go. Steve Baldwin got by Pengrazio on that last restart. Champion of the late model division of Brighton Speedway. He's one of the top runners there on Saturday nights. No surprise to see him at the front here. Pengrazio second. Graham moved up to third there on that restart. As you mentioned, it looked like he's got a handful, but that car's got a ton of speed, and he got by on the restart, slipped down in front of Mowat and grabbed the third spot.
So you can bet Mowat will try to return the favor here on this restart, because I think Brandon Mowat's got one of the fastest cars here. Yeah. Just watching the way it drives off the bottom of the corners. But as we know, a dirt track is ever changing, so if you're fast on lap 5 of a 25-lap race, you might not be that competitive by lap 20.
No, staying yellow. There's some talk about positions. Okay, so some discussion on
the leader
who lines up who.
The leader gets to choose whether they want to start inside or outside. But from the second row back, all the odd-numbered cars start on the inside. So third is the inside of row 2. Fifth is the inside of row 3. They do not get to choose.
So the Mobile One white flag back out will go back to the Cargo Ease restart zone and get things fired off with Steve Baldwin, the control car. He is the leader over Pengrazio in the 136. $20 to go.
Craig Graham with a big move to the inside on that restart. Wasn't able to keep his foot in it. As Baldwin has to check up, so Graham going to pick up the second spot on that restart.
That car has got some giddy up and go. Here he comes off the fourth corner, but Baldwin's going to cut down in front of him, tucks in behind Pengrazio. Yo, Graham. Back into that car, went around a little bit, going into 2.
A little bit of contact deeper in the field there with Charlie Sandercock and Ryan Lambert. Rich Sanders in the 21 off the pace. He'll take that car to the pits. Look at the run off of turn number 2 for Steve Baldwin in that 5.
Working that outside line as they work. Well, trouble for Gowdy down in corner number 2. That'll put us under the Dixieland Grill caution flag, and we got a parking lot up in 3 and 4. Charlie Sandercock was off track. Who else was involved in that? Adam Turner's really got some damage on the right rear now.
Brant Graham in the 14. You'd see him
Lambert
waving his arm out the window. So 41, 14, the 9.
I did not see what was going on there. I was looking at the 00 down in corner 2. As Ryan Gowdy went around, and then this happened. Charlie went up over the banking, it looks like. Wow.
Bounce, bounce, bounce.
How's your spine?
So this will be some interesting officiating. Did the yellow come out for the 00, or did it come out for the 4-car jingle in turn 3?
Good point.
If it did come out for the 00, the 00 has to go to the back. But for that melee in turn 3, everybody has to maintain caution speed. So even if you crash under yellow, there can be a penalty coming your way. Charlie Sandercock being sent to the pits to have whatever's loose hanging off of that race car addressed.
Brant Graham, did he end up in the pit area? Yes, he's getting the push. So I think what happened there is I just watched that replay to see exactly what played out. It looked like the 14 lost speed into corner number 3. Charlie Sandercock had nowhere to go on the outside line. Watch this here. So Charlie's to the bottom right, and that 14 slows. Charlie goes up to the outside. He spins. Lambert was turning to get out of the way as well. And then Adam Turner piled in. There was just nowhere to go for everyone. And then Brant Graham came up off of corner 4 lane, and they had to push his car into the pit. So that's...
I agree with your assessment of that situation.
Took me a while to figure it out, but...
You got there.
So 18 laps left to go for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Still to come, 25-lap main event for the 360 Sprint Cars, 10 grand to win. Joe Trenka, Liam Martin on the front row for this one.
That's going to be a fun one.
Adam Turner being called to the tail. And he's going to talk to the officials. And Adam says he can't hear. He's pointing at his headset that he cannot hear where he's supposed to be. And Adam seems okay with that. I think that's just legitimate. He can't hear what's going on.
Clinton Jeffrey stuck his head in the window, had a quick conversation there. And for obvious reasons, they do not want drivers stopping on the track to talk to an official. Now, if you have a safety issue, you're supposed to stop on the track and wait for an official. So it's kind of an edgy situation, but it does make sense because it slows things down.
Right.
The race director directs the show from up here.
And then at the same time, you can understand from Adam's point, if he can't hear, we could run under caution for 20 laps waiting to figure out where he's supposed to be if he just doesn't know. So it's a sticky situation, but makes sense that you can't be just pulling over talking to officials about every call.
Well, we know Adam's a savage too, and so I just come up to tell him, look, man, you got to move on. And he said, I'm not trying to be trouble. I can't hear. Where do you want me? We said, Till. He said, okay. So we appreciate Adam not battling, and it looked like a battle, but wasn't.
Things are not always what they seem, Greg.
That is true. You are right, oh wise one.
Well, I half wonder if when he saw me, he knew he wasn't going to win the argument, that he thought he might have won with Chris Long.
It's quite possible. We're headed for the Cargo Ease restart zone. There's 18 laps to go in this late model feature event.
Baldwin, Pangrazio. Pangrazio the leader this time on the green flag, and he'll lead them again down into corner number 1. Baldwin, Graham, Brandon Mowat still hanging there in that top 4. He's got a lot of speed in that 46.
How about Rob Lettingham in that J19 after not finishing in his heat race earlier on? He's worked his way through this field into the top 5.
Yeah, started 23rd. And up at the first 7 laps, 8 laps, has worked his way up there. So a good run by Rob Lettingham. No stranger to this racetrack, that's for sure.
He is certainly not. Out in front, Pangrazio continues to lead the way. Steve Baldwin keeping the leader in his sights. Pangrazio down low. Baldwin running the high groove in that 5 machine.
Different points of this race so far. Pangrazio and Baldwin have looked like they're the ones that are going to run away with it. Right now it's Pangrazio's turn. But I don't tend to think Baldwin's using everything up just yet either. He's a wily veteran in that 5.
And I still think Brandon Mowat's got a little bit more in that 46 machine as he puts the pressure on Craig Graham. He'll drive to the inside in 3 and 4.
Takes the 3rd spot away. Graham looks back down low down in corner number 1. Can't make that stick, and Brandon Mowat's going to hold down that 3rd spot. Baldwin, I think, closing the gap a little bit here on Pangrazio.
Baldwin was faster last time at the line. Who's got a quicker lap this time? Baldwin by 1/10 of a second. Brandon Mowat back there in 3rd, about 15 car lengths behind the 2nd place runner.
Lap car, slower car of La Jeunesse right in front of the leaders, Pangrazio and Baldwin. And La Jeunesse running in that line that Baldwin's been running in, so he has to pinch it down low. Oh, then makes contact with La Jeunesse. Caught that right rear. Have to keep an eye on that for Baldwin. And here comes Mowat. He's closed the gap on the top 2.
Top 3 have driven away from Craig Graham in 4th. Rob Lettingham all by himself in the 5th spot. And if we stay green, there's going to be some lap traffic for these leaders to contend with. Pangrazio starting to run some good laps, a 17.2 compared to a 17.3 for Baldwin. Brandon Mowat a bit quicker than both of them.
Become a 3-car breakaway. It's about 2.5 seconds back from Mowat to 4th place Craig Graham. So these 3 cars, and Steve Baldwin a little sideways off of corner number 4. Mowat's catching him.
Mowat can smell blood in the water. He's a little bit quicker than Baldwin in that number 5. Pangrazio was caught in the back of the field. He's going to have to work through slower traffic.
Things are about to heat up. Craig Graham right now.
Trouble.
Oh, up and over for Ryan Gowdy, along with Ryan Lambert with him, and that will put us under the red flag. And we see Ryan Gowdy moving around in the 00. Ryan Lambert with the steering wheel off.
Not that there's comfortable rollovers in a late model car, but that was a fairly uneventful rollover.
Probably not for Ryan Gowdy.
Well, I think Gowdy called the officials over maybe to get a thought on what his race car looks like.
It's kind of a shove over.
Yeah, he was at a complete stop, so direct your attention to the screen on the front straightaway, folks. Let's get that replay one more time. That's Lambert in the 41, and I shouldn't laugh, but...
Well, the left rear was up over the banking and kind of left that car teetering so that when Lambert came in, it just distributed the weight the rest of the way and pushed him over. There you see some of the damage to the 00.
It's like something you'd see at an EVA destruction show.
Yeah.
Well, guys, just taking a look here at the roof of this car. Look, it is all pushed in here, and it is right down on all the roll bars inside. You all right, man? What's up?
Oh, Clint, we're all right. We're all right. We got out here, and we just went in a little too hard. 41, sorry for him, but I think this one took most of the brunt.
You all right?
I'm all right.
All right, Gowdy's all right, guys. That's a good thing. His car, not so much. We get over here and check to Ryan Lambert, who's out of his car. He was shooken up a bit, but looks all right. How about a hand for both of these drivers? Let them know you appreciate they're okay.
After looking again, Ryan Lambert got into the Gowdy 00, but that car was submarined right under. Watch, it comes all the way back to where the windshield would be.
Yeah, it does.
That's up close and personal.
Yeah. Rough hit there for Ryan Lambert and for Ryan Gowdy. They both are okay walking around.
It's not very often you hear the driver that just rolled over apologizing
no, I know.
for the inconvenience.
Wasn't expecting that, but nonetheless, good to see them both out of the car and A-OK. And we'll take this opportunity to take a quick break. We'll be back with the final 9 laps for the Northeast Late Model Alliance.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory pasticides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
It all started for us at the racetrack, from dirt to water. We have continued to keep the adrenaline and drive to make sure that we are always in the forefront. We are driven to give our customers the absolute best in service, products, and memories with your family. No matter what your passion is, whether it's on the water, in the dirt, on the snow, or on the road, we will always be here welcoming you over and over again through the doors here at Lockhart's. You're not just a customer here, you are part of our team.
My family came over here from Germany, and my grandpa Arnold Lushen bought this 1953 Super M.
This is the first tractor that I actually drove and used on the farm. If somebody said, Mark, I'll give you an 80 acres that's worth $1 million, would you give me that tractor for that 80 acres? No amount of money would buy this tractor.
My grandpa made the comment before that that was the tractor that built Lushen Farms.
Back at Ohsweken Speedway, Freshstone presents night number 2 of Thunder on the Grand. Brought to you by NITRO 54 Variety, Sit and Bull Tires. 9 laps from the finish for the Northeast Late Model Alliance feature event, and then one feature still to come. It's for the 360 Sprints, brought to you by Cool Kids Ice and Water, Core Pack Merchandising. $10,000 on the line, 30 cars strong. Have a look at some of the upcoming dates on the Carman Group's track calendar. Tomorrow, Thunder on the Grand, night number 3. The flat track bikes are here, plus the Micro Sprint Nationals taking place tomorrow afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can watch that on GeForce. Then on July 19th, Strode's Barbecue and Deli and Insta Insulation presents Memorial Night. 360s are off that night. Mod lights are added to the card with the crates, the Thunders, and the Minis all running their memorial events. Then we'll take a week off on July the 26th. It's Powwow weekend here at the Speedway, so we'll rejoin on August the 2nd as Duke Electric and All Lift present the Sportsman Shootout along with the 360s Thunder Stocks and Minis. And then August the 9th, it's Halloween in August, brought to you by Lone Wolf Fireworks, Abate and Associates. All 4 divisions in action. Ohswekenspeedway.ca for more information. Coming up on the APC Series Tour, taking a look at the Carmen's Group upcoming events. These races you can view on RacingAmerica.tv, the APC Series at Flamborough Speedway on July the 13th. And then round number 6 from Sobel up at the beach on the Civic Holiday weekend, August the 3rd. Then they go to Sunset for another visit there on August the 10th before returning to the beach at Sobel on August 24th. And you can watch that at RacingAmerica.tv, the APC Series.
I love the August long weekend at Sobel Beach.
All I can remember from being up there is you shooting that video in the lake with the floaty.
That was fun. I think that was full pandemic, wasn't it? Wasn't that 2020?
Yeah, that was the first year we were there.
Because you quit after that, didn't you?
No.
You threw in the towel?
No.
Stopped traveling with us?
No, it was until 2022.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Actually, I think that would have been the second year. That would have been 2021. And that was when we were allowed to have pockets of 10 people in the stands.
Right.
10 groups, or 10 people per group. That was awkward. Not as awkward as being at the racetrack with no fans. I am so glad we're back to where we are, and it's been great these last 2 nights to see how many people have been here.
You know, for the race teams as well, those pit grandstands were absolutely jammed last night. Great crowd here tonight as well, so hope you've enjoyed a good 2 nights of racing.
Mobile 1 white flag being displayed. 9 laps left to go. David Pangrazio is the leader in the 136. Baldwin to his outside. Then you've got Mowat and Graham back in row 2. Lettingham and Sopaz in row 3. Rinaldi's back there with Gowdy in row 4. Staying yellow. As Tim Gillespie comes to a stop at the high side of corner number 1. And did I hear someone say a black flag?
Yeah, I think to Doris Lajeunesse, I believe. I'm not sure what that's for. Lajeunesse heading pit side, and we're going to go green out of turn number 4 through the Cargo Ease restart zone. Pangrazio and Baldwin still making up the front row.
Back they go. Does Baldwin have anything for Pangrazio? He was closing the gap again there right before the caution flag. Brandon Mowat's there as well. Last time it was a 3-car breakaway. And Craig Graham keep contact with these top 3.
I'm not sure if he can, and he's got his hands full with Rob Lettingham, Kyle Sopaz, Nathan Rinaldi out there in the 3 machine. Here goes Brandon Mowat working on that 2nd spot.
He's had speed all night. Just like you said, Adam, he is so good off the corner. He has got it hooked up in the inside line. And here he comes charging on Pangrazio for the lead.
Pangrazio's had control of this one for the most part since the beginning, but Brandon Mowat making his charge late. Steve Baldwin not letting them get too far away either. Let's look at the speeds. They are almost identical among the top three.
Caution flag back out. Dixieland Grill caution flag.
Oh, Stan Zankin up in turn number 3.
Right in front of the Vero Stires VIP suites. Let's have a look at the wall cam replay. Doesn't really tell us much of a story, but we can see the ride that Stan Zankin took there to the high side of corner number 3.
He's going to wait for a hook from the front end of that 94 machine. Clinton Jeffrey is on the scene.
I'm thinking Stan is sick of meeting these walls here Oshweek, and it's twice in 1 month in 2 different types of vehicles here. So they'll go to work on this one to see if we can get him pulled off the wall. Doesn't look like there's too much damage to the car, but either way, he'll need the hook.
So Mowat now will have a chance at Pangrazio. Pangrazio's been taking the inside line on the restarts. So Mowat, he's been so good on the bottom. He's going to have to try this on the restart on the outside.
50-50 is going to be $2,785 to the winner.
I feel like I've heard that somewhere before.
Did you say that?
Yeah.
Oh, that's why I didn't hear it. But I was going to follow that up, Greg, because that means we've given away more than $5,000. Nearly $6,000. Did you say that?
I did not. Way to drive it home.
You didn't make that leap?
I didn't. I've been wrong with money counts today, apparently, with prizes, so.
I've been wrong with lots of things.
So Zankin into the pit area. We should be able to get things lined back up. Ready to go. 6 laps left to go for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. Mobile 1 white flag is out. Car's called to double up. Brandon Mowat and that Target Fabrication 46 lines up on the outside of Pangrazio.
Six laps remain. Pangrazio to set the pace. For the first time tonight, I believe. Yeah, Brandon Mowat hasn't been as high as second for a restart, has he?
No, he hasn't. See what he can do on that outside line as we come to the Cargo Ease restart zone. Pangrazio hops on the throttle.
Gets a good clean launch out front. Brandon Mowat sort of struggled in turn number 1. He'll draw even with Baldwin down the back straightaway, but Steve Baldwin going to take up that second spot.
Big breakaway for Pangrazio. The battle is for the second position. Baldwin to the outside of Brandon Mowat. Craig Graham right there, along with Kyle Sopaz, showing a little bit of speed here in the late going. Looks to the outside of Graham.
Sopaz and Lettingham right behind Craig Graham. A 3-car battle for the 4th spot. Out in front, Pangrazio with as big a lead as he's had in the second half of this one.
22 laps on the board. 3 laps remain here for the Northeast Late Model Alliance. This is the battle to watch. It's for the second spot. Baldwin up top, Brandon Mowat down low. And these are the 2 lines these 2 drivers have been committed to all night long.
Baldwin's just been fun to watch up there on the high side with 2 laps to go. That lap, Pangrazio was the fastest on the racetrack, so it looks like the battle is going to be for second. Another great battle for 4th is Kyle Sopaz. Just about caught the back end of Graham off of 2.
Mobile 1 white flag goes up in the air for David Pangrazio, looking to pick up the win here tonight at the Big O. Baldwin and Mowat duke it out for the second spot.
That's the battle for that second position, but out in front, David Pangrazio going to pick up $2,000 and the checkered flag. Baldwin second, Mowat third, Craig Graham, Kyle Sopaz, Rob Lettingham, Mike Gowdy, Austin King, TJ Downs with Brian McDonald rounding out the top 10.
Well, it was back and forth for a little while between Baldwin and Pangrazio, but at the end of the day, Pangrazio will pick up the win. The driver out of Elba, New York, grabs the victory. He'll head down to Slack Lumber Victory Lane and be celebrated by Lone Wolf Fireworks as they get ready to light up the sky for our late model winner here tonight. One feature still to come, the 360 Sprint Cars. 25 laps, $10,000 to win. They're over there in their cars, waiting eagerly and ready to go.
Pangrazio takes his spot at center stage in Slack Lumber Victory Lane. Steve Baldwin to the front, Brandon Mowat to the turn 4 side. And now it's time to celebrate with Clinton Jeffrey.
David Pangrazio works the helmet off here in a visit to Ohsweken. The 136 Cool Kid machine down here getting ready to jump out. To your accolades, Ohsweken Speedway fans, let him know you appreciate the work he put on here tonight. Here he comes out of the car, David Pangrazio. David, what a great drive here today. You pretty much were the car they were chasing all night. Talk about your night for us. A solid run for you.
Yeah, you know, we've never been here, and it's been on our list for about 5 years to come, and just this year. I don't know, this thing was good, but this racetrack seems weird to me. It's like it's not consistent, and but, you know, I had to move up off the bottom there, try to carry a little more momentum to stay out front, but no, it was a good night.
Solid run. David Pangrazio, our winner, ladies and gentlemen. We'll get over here and talk to Steve Baldwin. Steve, solid drive here tonight. David had you covered, but you were in this battle. Are you pleased with your drive this evening?
Very pleased, actually. I think I let that one slip away, but we've struggled here. We've been good a couple times. We've been bad a couple times. So I'll take it. We're working in the right direction. Really got to thank the crew. Thanks a lot, guys. And my sponsors, QBT Excavating, Free Flow, and AK Customs, Garage Equipment Specialists. Without those guys, there's no way we could do this, so thanks.
There you have from Steve Baldwin. We'll jump over here and get a word with Brandon Mowat. Brandon, solid drive here today. You know, third place. These guys are talking things a bit tricky here. How was your night?
Overall, it was pretty good. Would have liked to have been a couple more spots up there, but I learned a lot when I went to the open race back last month, so kind of translated into tonight. But I got to thank Target Fabrication, Motorsports of Trenton, Warren Mowat, Curtis King, everybody that comes out and helps me out.
Congratulations. Brandon Mowat will be your third place car. Second tonight, Steve Baldwin, your winner. David Pangrazio will be right back live here on G-Force TV for the 360 feature for Thunder on the Grand finale here tonight.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Lockhart's Odyssey is BRP's newest marine dealer for the legendary Alumacraft fishing boats, the luxurious Manitous, and the affordable Sea-Doo Switch pontoons. Come aboard our new outdoor showroom, located here in Cortland at Lockhart's Odyssey, your BRP superstore.
Back at Ohsweken Speedway with one feature left to go. It's $10,000 to win for the 360 sprint cars. They are buzzing to life, Adam. It's been a great couple of days.
Thank you to Sitting Bull Tire. Thank you to Nitro 54 Variety for stepping up, making these races all pay phenomenal purses. It brought the drivers.
It absolutely did. Good to see a number of drivers that we haven't seen in a long time here at the Big O, and it makes you excited for what we're going to see coming up in September with the Northern Sprint Car Nationals. 3 nights of racing, starting with the Thunderstocks on the Thursday night, followed up by the Crate Nationals on the Friday night, and then we conclude it with the $20,000 to win for the 360 sprint cars on the Saturday night, and that is all in the month of September. The 12th, 13th, and 14th. Mark your calendar, OhswekenSpeedway.com for ticket and camping information. Just waiting for these cars to make their way out onto the speedway as David Pangrazio will make his way to the pit area, tonight's late model winner. And then they'll get the call to start bringing out the 360 sprint cars. They've been in their cars for a little bit. They've got to be itching to get at it.
You know, Greg, Pangrazio made an interesting comment, and it sort of supports what you've talked about a little bit this season, that the racetrack is weird. It's inconsistent. Even sitting this time of night, the moisture comes back through, and it's not going to be the same throughout a feature race.
It's a lot like what Clint showed us earlier. There were glazed over spots, and then there were spots with moisture, and that makes it interesting, and it makes it fun. Starting lineup for tonight's 25-lap main event. Starting 30th out of Hamilton, the 19D, it's Alan Downey. Alongside from Dunnville, the 46, it's Kevin Pauls. Going off 28th out of Cheektowaga, New York, the 94 is Todd Hoddick. 27th from Tilsonburg, the 17X of Corey Turner. Lining up 26 from Ohsweken, the 77T, that's Tyler Powlis. His inside from Bowmanville, the 70MM, Dale Curran. 24th starting spot from Ohsweken, the 0, Glenn Stiers, and to his inside from Bellevue, Michigan, the 49T of Greg Dolman. 22nd starting spot is Josh Hansen from Beamsville in the 88H, with Matt Farnham going 21st from Tonawanda, New York in the 7NY. Max Stanbaugh lines up in the 20th spot. He's from Lima, Ohio in the 71H, with Sean Evans from Scotland in the 87X going 19th. 18th out of Brewerton, New York, the 87 of Racing Jason Barney. 17th from Dunnville, the 15 of Ryan Turner. 16th starting spot from Burlington in the 46C, it's Ryan Conium. From Fremont, Ohio, the 7C of Phil Gressman lines up 15th. 14th from St. Pete, Quebec, the 3G is Dale Goslin. 13th from Freelton, the 12 Double D, that is Darren Dryden. Going off 12th from Harrod, Ohio, the 31 Jack Nichols. And to his inside also from Ohio in Cloverdale, the 17 of Jared Horseman. And now your top 10, starting in the 10th spot. Aboard car 68 from Ohsweken, it's Aaron Turkey. To his inside from Stevensville in the 71, it's Mike Bowman. Lining up 8th out of Wantage, New Jersey, the 28F, it's Davey Franek. And starting in 7th out of Cowlsville, New York, the 52, the straight shooter, Scott Kruder. Lining up 6th out of Mount Bridges in the 45, it's Tricky Nick Sheridan. And going from 5th out of Portland, Michigan, the 85, Double D, Dustin Daggett. Going 4th from Beachville, car number 5 is DJ Christie. And to his inside, 6 wins, 7 starts from Scotland, the 47X, D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook. And on the front row, starting in the 2nd spot from Binbrook, in car number 9, it's the live wire, Liam Martin. And on the pole out of Clay, New York, car number 98, Joe Trenka. 30 cars, 25 laps, $10,000 to the winner.
The one driver that was not here last night on the pole tonight, Joe Trenka in that 98 machine, going to launch with the best seat in the house. As we look at our Lockhart's Odyssey ones to watch, how can it be anybody but Dylan Westbrook in that 47X?
7 starts, 6 wins for D-Dubs. Starting third here tonight. He's got to be a good pick. Ladies and gentlemen, they are 4 wide and fancy for you, the fans. Let's send them off Oshweek style. This is the Thunder on the Grand. $10,000 to win for the 360 sprint cars.
Now there's a view.
What a field of cars, 30 strong. Pace truck pulls away, allows these drivers to clean things out and get lined up, stacked, and ready to go. And they'll stack up behind Rick Scott in that Strickland pace truck. This time by. Coming to the Mobil 1 white flag from Carter Long.
There's going to be some action at the front of this field, but if you're looking for a storyline, I still say that 17X starting in the 27th spot.
White flag's been displayed. We're ready to go racing. 2 by 2, 15 rows of beautifully prepared sprint cars ready to come to life. Joe Trenka, Liam Martin on the front row. Strickland pace truck ready to pull off on the backstretch. Carter Long with double greens in hand. Ladies and gentlemen, you came looking for a show. Well, here you go. Let's end all the anticipation as we bring to you our feature presentation. Clean and green through 1 and 2. Joe Trenka jumps out to the early lead, but here comes D-Dub. Slides up right alongside Liam Martin.
Couple of drivers making some big moves in that opening lap. One of them was Ryan Conium, and that 46 machine shot through the middle past a number of race cars. Out in front, Liam Martin leads the way. Joe Trenka is hot on his heels.
Great battle right behind the top 3. 2 young guns going at it. Nick Sheridan and DJ Christie. They've been quick here in these 2 nights. Look at them go at it tooth and nail. Oh, what a round up in corner number 3. Jack Nichols right in front of Sean Evans. Evans avoids catastrophe. And the Dixieland Grill caution flag is out. That had to be a bad feeling for Jack Nichols.
And Sean Evans as well.
That should be an easy push off there for Nichols. Spun it off of corner number 3.
But that is what the officials want to see. If you start to go around, lock it down. Because even for Sean Evans at that high rate of speed, it is easier to avoid a stopped car than it is a car that's rolling.
So I'm not sure if this got announced yet or not, but if you do have the winning 50-50 number, if you're on the spectator side, go to the concession booth. If you are a pit winner, go to the pit gate, please. That's where that is claimed. I do not have the number in front of me, though, so I can't recall that.
Yeah, I looked over to. It's always interesting, Greg, watching the start of these races, and I tend to be fairly quiet because you want to take it in at least into the first turn. What can you possibly say? You have to let something develop. But I watched Ryan Conium go down into turn 1 in the middle of the racetrack. You know, everyone seems to go to the bottom or go to the top. He charged through the center, and it looked like he passed 3 or 4 cars.
Started in the 16th spot and got to 12th. So, yeah, he definitely made some progress there, and good to see him with some speed tonight.
I was talking to him before the show as well, just to say, you know, have you ever thought of renting a ride? Ryan is a super successful businessman, and he doesn't have a lot of time. You know, show up, he says, boy, he says, I don't even know. I've thought about a lot of things. I've thought about hanging it up. I said, you know, you can still do it. I'd love to see you run the way you used to run. But to hear him talk without the utmost confidence, this is a sport that even when you've had a ton of success, it's what have you done lately?
Well, when I got my start with the Southern Ontario Sprints many moons ago, 2004, and even before that, when I was watching as a spectator, he was one of the top runners with the Southern Ontario Sprints, picking up wins. It's been good to see him back.
And when he moved to the Empire Super Sprints, he was still darn good. Heading to the Cargo Ease restart zone, Liam Martin sets the pace. Wow, Dylan Westbrook across the nose of Nick Sheridan. Sheridan crosses him over off of turn number 2.
Alan Downey around in corner number 1 puts us back into the Dixieland Grill caution flag.
If we have a replay of that start.
Oh, no, sorry.
Oh, man.
That's Ryan Conium. I thought it was Downey. Downey's out there at the back of the pack, but that is Conium.
Sorry, Ryan.
Never fails.
Let's have a look at that restart. Watch the 45 and the 47. Watch row number 2 down into turn 1 and watch how close they come. Not yet, not right there. Nick Sheridan timed that beautifully, crossing over Westbrook. It was a thing of beauty.
Missed him by the hair on his lip.
Yes. The Mount Bridges mustache. That's where nicknames come from.
I don't think he's going to like that one.
I think he might.
If he doesn't, you came up with it. If he does, I did.
Right? Don't be a wuss.
It's my job. Well, Liam Martin's showing a lot of muscle here on these restarts, getting around the outside of Joe Tranka.
Looks like Ryan Conium taking that 46 back to the pits.
Man, that's tough to see after that great start there.
Tough break for the driver from Cincinnati via Burlington, Ontario. Chris Long's got that spring in his step again. He's back on top of his game. He knows what he's here to do.
Their son Carter Long waving the Mobil 1 white flag. Choose cone.
Ooh, Dylan Westbrook. Joe Tranka opted to go to the outside behind the race leader, Liam Martin.
I don't think he realizes what just happened there. Does Joe?
He's about to.
He looked as though he didn't like what just took place there. Here we come back to the Cargo Ease restart zone with 22 laps left to go, 10 grand on the line.
Scott Kruder making some moves on the inside. He gets around Darren Dryden back at the front. Dylan Westbrook leads the way.
Liam Martin back to the second spot. He takes a shot down at 1 and 2. But Dylan Westbrook's going to pull away. The little engine that could continues to dominate here at the Big O.
Nick Sheridan in the third spot, keeping the pressure on Liam Martin in that number 9.
Corey Turner starting to make some moves, trying to get through some of this deep traffic at the back in that 17X, where the drivers are keeping an eye on here tonight.
There was a lot of usable racetrack out here for these drivers as DJ Christie just about spins it out in turn number 2.
Cross the line, 18 laps left to go. 7 on the board for DJ Christie. All sorts of action all around the track as we continue to keep an eye on the leader. He hits that slower traffic at the back of the pack. Liam Martin staying in his tire tracks. Nick Sheridan doing the same on the outside line. The first car on the bottom is Mike Bowman.
No big surprise there. Bowman working the inside. Excellent throttle control with the driver of the 71 machine.
9 laps up on the board. Dylan Westbrook getting by some stronger cars now. Gets by Greg Dullman. Tyler Powell, he's catching Glenn Stiers next. Marching through this field is D-Dubs.
Westbrook all the way to the outside into turn number 1. He's got to lift just a little bit to try to cross over Gressman in the 7C.
To the outside of Glenn Stiers. He's got 3 or 4 lap cars now between he and second place Liam Martin in car number 9. Troubles for Alan Downey. He will slow and go into the infield.
Big one. Is that Liam Martin up in turn number 1?
Looks like it. Wow. Look at the front end.
We can see him moving around inside that race car. That's a good thing, and I could see thumbs up being given to the Race Med crew. And I just saw that out of the corner of my eye, but the 9 machine was...
Look at the down tube there going down to the right front.
No kidding.
That's a hard impact on the front of the 9.
Liam Martin, all right, ladies and gentlemen, climbing out under his own power after a wild scare down here. Young Liam's out of the car.
What's left of it?
Yeah, this car is not pretty. It is twisted, bent. We haven't seen a wild one like that. Step this way. Liam, are you okay?
Yeah, I'm all good. I was pushing hard, and I thought that lane was open, but one of the lap cars moved up on me, and I didn't expect that right away because he entered the lane low. It's just a bummy situation, and it sucks for the team because we ended up like this. Made that wrong choose on the pace lap for that position with Dylan, and now we're here. It's not good.
You're all right, though, man. That's all we care about.
Thank you.
Liam Martin, ladies and gentlemen, one of our young Lions out here, always on the edge, and he got bit by it tonight. Great to see he's all right, and he will take the ride back. You bet Mom Sherry's relieved to see that.
That was an ugly tumble for Liam Martin. We saw that replay. If you want to give another shot of that.
That was a violent rollover. And just when you think it's going to end, it doesn't. It keeps going. Right? Yeah. Started as a barrel roll and then ended up end over end.
I don't think we'll see that race car again.
No. They don't come any more exciting than Liam Martin, though, to watch. And unfortunately, when you run that outside line, things like this happen. Shame to see.
And you know you have to get the most out of every lap when you're racing Dylan Westbrook and hoping to contend for that. And really the lap car didn't really do anything wrong.
No. Jack Nichols also going on the hook. Man. Hard to get it to roll on the flatbed when there's nothing to roll. Not much you can do there.
No. Just keep that winch hauling it in. I believe that's what they're going to do there.
So we'll take a quick break here on G-Force TV. When we come back, we'll get things pushed off and ready to go with 14 laps left here in the A-Main.
Introducing the Fleet Lineup by CargoEase. Our commercial and Titan Series slide come with weight capacities of 1,500 to 3,000 pounds and features HDPE Ultra Ply Deck, a 1/4-inch rubber mat, 8-inch aluminum side rails, a patented spring release T-handle, and L-hook fasteners. This is the CargoEase Fleet Lineup.
Are you looking to sell or fix your car? You can do it all with Kenny U-Pull. Whether it's running or not, we pay you top cash on the spot. We'll even tow your car off your lot. Need parts? Our yards have over 25,000 cars ready to be stripped and over 10 million car parts ready to be pulled. Find what you need at a fraction of the manufacturer's price. Fix it or sell it with Kenny. Visit KennyUpull.com today.
Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Our savory potato sides can be prepared any way you like. Serve warm or chilled, as a main or as a side. Tiffany Gate Fresh Gourmet. Create your way to great taste.
Back at Ohsweken Speedway as Fresh Stone presents night number 2, the Thunder on the Grand. Brought to you by Nitro 54 Variety. Sitting Bull Tires. Night number 3, tomorrow night, the flat track bikes are here at the Big O. They'll run on the big track. And the micro sprints in the afternoon at 3 o'clock. So if you've never checked out the micro sprints, good chance to see that. It'll also be live streamed on GeForce TV. And everything will take place pit side. The grandstands and everything. I believe when the flat track bikes, Clint can correct me, but I believe their start-finish line is actually on the back stretch when they race, and they conduct everything from that side of the track.
That's correct. The flat track bike will be a backstretch only pit area grandstand tomorrow. Tickets are $25 if you come after 4 o'clock, and that's when things get real, after 3 o'clock actually. Practice will start at 4 and they'll race into the evening. The Micro Sprint Nationals will kick off hot laps at 2:30 with racing starting at 3 tomorrow. And one ticket gets you both shows. You can watch the Micro Sprints and the bikes tomorrow.
It's a good way to end off the weekend here at Ohsweken Speedway. If you've camped for the weekend, man, it was fantastic. I came out here on Wednesday. Of course, that was the Hurricane Burl, the remnants of that, and it was rainy, and there was a couple of campers over in the far lot. There was a few over here, over by Glenn's house. But by the time I came Thursday, wow, that was good to see how many campers were back. That's been a couple of years since we've seen it that strong.
And I mean, that's the kind of atmosphere you try to build, right? And they learn something every year. They had a big stage right behind the turn 3 rather, Vera Steyer's VIP suites. Well, that wasn't the best spot for something, so they moved events to different spots. They had the VIP tent out on this, always moving things around to see what's going to work the best, what's going to give the fans the best experience. And really, at the end of the day, the answer to that is Rob Longboat. Yeah. Rob is going to give fans the best experience.
And I got to say, it was good these last 2 days. There was a big event feel. Sometimes you can go to a big event, and it's got a feeling, but it's not, wow, this is big. These 2 days have really kicked it up a notch. Great job by Clint, Glenn, everybody at the track that, Zigger and the crew with the track side of things. There's so much work that goes behind these huge events. And, man, tip of the cap to everybody that worked so hard to bring these two events. You and I just come up here, arrive at the tower late, and talk. And it's everyone else that puts on the big show. So great job by everyone involved there.
I see what you did there. A little dig, wasn't there?
At us? I was here later than you, probably. I pulled in after 6.
Oh, I was here. I was back there in the campground. They were celebrating birthdays for Bob Palatachuk, and Jackson Krutchka. So they blindfolded both of them, handed them a length of 2x4, and they had little pinatas that were hanging off the tent they had to hit. I'm amazed nobody was gravely injured.
I pictured jousting as you were describing this. The slack lumber brawl for all.
Yeah, it was a 17-year-old versus a 76-year-old.
Hold my teeth.
So tomorrow with Jack on the mic, are you going to run around with the camera on your shoulder, Clint?
No, Jack's going to have to do double duty. He'll have to start micro, and then we're going to steal him away to do APC at Flamborough tomorrow live on Racing America.
Yes, that's correct.
What are you doing this weekend?
I'll be here with McLean.
Right on.
Just getting the final order set up. Kenny U-Pull push trucks doing a fine job getting everyone going again.
Big money on the line. Mike Bowman is right up there in the third spot. Anytime there was cash to be won in 2023, it seemed like Mike Bowman was there to pick up the money.
Yes, he was. And there was a big check. He took it home. And this year, it's looking like it's Dylan's turn at that. But Mike's right there behind the 47X. See what he's got. This track will continue to change. Will it play into his favor? You know, we've seen that over the years, even in the Nationals, longer distance for the Nationals, it's 35 laps, but the track changes, and you think of Brian Howland, who came from so deep, and that was a dry, slick racetrack, and in the end grabbed the big win. This is far from over. 14 laps still to go. Mobile 1 white flag out. Field reshapes. Nick Sheridan has shown a new level of intensity in these 2 days, I think.
I would have to agree with you, Greg. He's really risen to the occasion. And he has kept pace with Dylan Westbrook in that 47X. Let's see what he can do here. Mike Bowman and Joe Trenka make up row number 2. Aaron Turkey and DJ Christie in the third row.
Four wide, corners 1 and 2, mid-pack, and they all funnel out.
DJ Christie making a move on that restart. Christie up to the third spot in that bright yellow wing number 5 machine as he bounces through turn number 2, keeps his foot to the floor.
Cross flags from Carter Long, halfway home we are. Dylan Westbrook, Nick Sheridan, DJ Christie gets by Mike Bowman. He's in that third spot. The young Lions are trying to chase D-Dubs.
Dylan Westbrook up on the high side as we so often see him in that 47X. Remember, this is the last night for that engine.
Watching Ryan Turner start to make his way up through the field as well. He's up to the 9th spot, started back in position number 17. He's been solid, finished third last night.
Watching these.
Oh, right in front of the leader. Curran slowed. Dylan Westbrook caught him with a right rear. Oh, boy.
That was close.
Phil Gressman in the infield in the 7C, but it was Dale Curran went around the high side of corner number 3, and Dylan Westbrook almost ate him. Oh, knocked that tail tank bar down. So that was a solid hit on the right rear.
I'd love to know what Dylan Westbrook's heart rate is right now.
Whew. Yeah, it's probably the same knowing him.
Yeah, you're not wrong. Curran getting his belts off.
Watch this one.
Wow.
The closing rate is incredible, is it not?
It is so.
Ironically, up on that top wing. Do you lift? Dylan Westbrook doesn't.
How about the youngsters Nick Sheridan, DJ Christie, second and third respectively?
Wow, Jason Barney started 18th up to 5th. 15 laps, and he kind of been a non-factor so far in the start of tonight and last night, but Jason Barney's on a charge.
Well, guys, you see the 70mm right rear tire, second one we've seen destroyed here today. Dale Curran's got the helmet off, and he's ready to get out. Some damage to the tail tank, and that may have been where D-Dubs caught him.
Oh, it absolutely was.
And this push bar is also way out of whack, guys. Look at this thing. It is bent up, facing forward now. That's supposed to be bent back and twisted in the other way. Pulled the mount right off. So a wild bit of contact out there. You got to wonder what's up with Dylan Westbrook, and we'll try and get a look at his right rear when he comes by us here on the berm. Get Jack to try and take a look at the right side of Westbrook's car as he comes by here. Everything looks all right from here, guys. We'll see how it turns out.
Solid hit, but things look okay for D-Dubs. And going back to what you were saying about those young guns right there behind Dylan Westbrook, wasn't too long ago Dylan Westbrook was the young gun. Hard to believe. But now it's Sheridan and DJ Christie tracking down. Hard to call him the wily veteran, but that's what he is.
What a crowd back there in the pit stands. My goodness.
Did you see Mark Rinaldi? Out of all that crowd, the face I saw was Mark Rinaldi.
Was he awake?
He was.
That wasn't Mark.
Which is good because he's over 50 now. He is 50. So much older than you and I.
So much older.
Don't pan back to the backstretch crowd now where we might get the gesture from Mark.
The one gun salute. $15 laps in the books, 10 laps to go for $10,000 to win. Who's going to take home the cash?
Boy, it's going to be tough to beat Dylan. 7 races, 6 wins. And it was a Mike Bowman track the night Mike Bowman won. That was the one little difference that night. But Mike's been strong. He's still right there. Don't count him out yet.
We'll head to the choose cone. Dylan Westbrook down low. Sheridan up high. Christie up high. Bowman down low. White flag being displayed, so Dylan Westbrook will bring us through the cargo ease restart zone. He will dictate the pace in that 47X.
Matt Farnham from 21st to 10th, so another driver on the move to watch in that 7NY.
Man, do they ever stack up on the bottom going down into the turn on these restarts. Mike Bowman up to the 3rd spot. Challenging Nick Sheridan. Couldn't quite do it. They just about made contact off of turn 4.
And it's furious action throughout this pack as here comes Mike Bowman charging on the bottom of Nick Sheridan. Sheridan back down to the inside, wheel to wheel in one.
I'll tell you, Sheridan didn't put up with any guff there. crosses Bowman back over, didn't give him a whole lot room to operate.
Sheridan's been up on the wheel here this week. He finished second last night to Dylan Westbrook, trying to hold on to that at least right now, or maybe more. Things checking out okay, though, for Dylan Westbrook after a few laps. That contact with Dale Curran not showing any signs of problems for the 47X.
Jason Barney putting the pressure on DJ Christie in that battle for the 4th spot. Mike Bowman still all over Sheridan in the battle for 2nd. He had thoughts of sliding him through 3 and 4. Sheridan kept his car to the outside, didn't allow Bowman to slide up in front of him.
While this goes on, Dylan Westbrook starting to cut through some slower traffic. He's got 2 cars between he and now second place Mike Bowman, who has cleared Nick Sheridan.
Westbrook working through traffic. He's battling with Tyler Powell as he just put Dustin Daggett a lap down.
It's time by 3 laps left to go for Dylan Westbrook. He's that far away from $10,000 and his 7th win of the year.
Wow, Dale Gosselin got squirrely right in front of Mike Bowman in that 2nd spot. Bowman's taking the position, put some gap between himself and Nick Sheridan.
Dylan Westbrook continuing to cut through the traffic. In front of him, Todd Hoddick and Jared Horseman. He's going to split the middle of these 2 cars, roll it through corner number 4. Off he comes to the Mobil 1 white flag.
Last time through 1 and 2 for Dylan Westbrook. He runs the high side. He doesn't know what's behind him, so will he split these slower cars?
To the outside he goes. The checkered flags come out, and Dylan Westbrook is $10,000 richer. Mike Bowman will cross the line in 2nd over Nick Sheridan. DJ Christie finishes 4th, and Jason Barney with a charge from the back of the pack towards the front finishes in 5th. Franek in the 6th spot. Turner 7th. Trenka 8th. Farnham all the way up to 9th, and Aaron Turkey completes the top 10. Number 7 on the year for D-Dubs, Dylan Westbrook.
And once again, Ohsweken Speedway regulars take the top 3 spots in this one. Westbrook, Bowman, Sheridan are going to share the accolades in Slack Lumber Victory Lane. DJ Christie 4th, Jason Barney 5th. 6th through 10th were Davey Franek, Ryan Turner, Joe Trenka, Matt Farnham, and Aaron Turkey.
Lone Wolf Fireworks helping the celebration here for Dylan Westbrook. I want to thank Lone Wolf for all their support. You've seen more fireworks this weekend than you see at most holiday weekend celebrations.
Dylan Westbrook knows where to park. He brings that car down to Victory Lane. Mike Bowman will be next.
$10,000 thanks to Nitro 54 Variety, Sitting Bull Tires. Couldn't do these big events without our great supporters. Dylan Westbrook getting ready to climb out of the car, getting the helmet off the Hans device. He's ready to go and celebrate this one. Let's send it down trackside. Clinton Jeffrey and Slack Lumber Victory Lane.
So 7 out of 8 features in the year for Dylan Westbrook. This is the biggest paying one since the Nationals. He has not been able to catch that yet, been chasing the 10 grand. Dylan Westbrook getting ready to head up top and greet you fine fans as the crew gives a big huddle hug here. Here he goes. How about it for your own Dylan Westbrook? Well, Dylan, another great drive for you here. This seems to be your season right now, man. You can't put a wheel wrong. What's going on with this 47X, bud?
Yeah, we hit something. We're on rails now. Yeah, we did a bunch of work in the off season, getting something figured out for the truck to get better, and it's really paying off. Like, this is couldn't ask for a better season.
What a drive, man! A lot of money won this weekend. That's 15 grand picked up alone. That's pretty damn cool for your little team.
Yeah, that's awesome. Definitely biggest win so far, money-wise. So really got to thank the guys that put up money to do this, and yeah, it's awesome. Can't believe it.
Congrats, D-Dubs.
Thank you.
Dylan Westbrook wins 7 out of 8 360 features to get the year started. We get over here with Mike Bowman. Mike, these are the races where you tend to come on and shine. You got to be pretty happy with that. Dylan's been the class of the field this year. To finish second is still a great run for you, and feel like you're maybe getting your program back on track to where it was to complete 2023.
My program's been on track all year. Just kind of need the track to come my way. It's definitely been heavier this year than normal, and I was telling a few people today, like this year I feel like I had to learn how to drive a sprint car all over again just to adapt to the track conditions and the track being a little faster. But you know, we're happy with the second here. You know, the track wasn't even totally glass slick tonight, so you know, we'll be there if it is. So we're pumped with this one.
Congrats, Mike Bowman, the 2023 champ, will finish second. We'll get over here and talk to Nick Sheridan. Nick, solid weekend for you. You got to be happy. Twice on the concrete. This is where you need to be to make some good runs and keep this momentum going.
Never complaining with 2 nights on the pad, Clinton. I mean, it's really awesome to be here, and I just got to thank everyone that helps me out in this car. Pride Seeds, APC Auto Parts Centers came on board this year. Reynolds Trucking Service, Leach Engines, they were hauling butt this weekend. And all my crew, Tate, Mike, Gabby, my brother, his girlfriend Kendra, did a bunch of stuff for us. My dad, everyone, my mom at home. Everyone, it was a great race, and I just lost a little bit there at the end. It was a great battle with the 71. We were having fun, so that was good.
Right on. Nick Sheridan will be third. Mike Bowman second, and your winner once again, Dylan Westbrook, picks up the big check and all the money this weekend. That'll wrap things up for Friday's portion of Thunder on the Grand. Motorcycles and micro sprints. More guys, take us home.
38th career win here at the Big O for Dylan Westbrook. And with that $15,000 he won this week, Adam, maybe he can finally go out and buy himself a covered trailer.
Why? Why would you?
This has been the secret to his success.
Absolutely.
Great 2 nights of racing here. Don't forget to tune into G-Force tomorrow, where the micro sprints will be live. Of course, the APC series on RacingAmerica.tv. That will wrap things up. On behalf of the Stiers family, all the officials and crew, and on behalf of Clinton Jeffrey and Adam Ross, I'm Greg Kellman saying so long. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon with the micro sprints and next Friday night here on G-Force TV. Copyrighted broadcast may not be reproduced, retransmitted, or used in any form without the authorized written consent of G-Force TV. G-Force TV would like to thank you for your support and for watching today's broadcast.